Cute. Cute.
Cute. Cute.
I did. I did. I'm not.
Cute.
Not yet. Not yet. But hey, out everybody. Hope that's having a good weekend.
Cute.
Not yet. Not yet. Out everybody. Hope that's having a good weekend. It's been a bit of a long back to the preparation. Not so, but that's alright though. That's alright though. Don't gotta worry about too much. Because yeah, it immediately kind of figured that like the very better for us to well, like I know that we both plan to do this on Thursday, but it kind of figured probably best to like hold on for a bit. I'll do it for a bit though, because like considering that this is a visual novel, might be best to probably be more prepared for it. There's like a lot of reading involved for this too. Even though this is mostly. Even though it's mostly voice acted, so there is a bunch of like non-voice narration stuff. So yeah, I did do plan this for Missing Thursday, but I think it was mostly just for be just me trying to be safe. That's pretty much it, because like. That's like the whatever on Thursday. That kind of felt. I kind of felt maybe like overdid it a bit. Oh, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. You do your doing work. That's fine. Ah, okay. Yeah, I played like a little bit of that game. I never really like that much into it though. It wasn't really like super nothing, but it was. Seemed interesting for what it is though, so can't complain. So hey, but yeah, we're doing something different today. We're doing another visual novel. we should check out the Hayseed Knight because yeah, they kind of figure like that like as part of the whole celebration of Pride Month and all that. For what I've heard. The this game does have some LGBT representation, so they kind of figured might be, but what's it to check out? This is like it's like the first time in at least a couple years since that they've actually seen like seen parts of this game though. It's like I remember like years ago, like back in 2020, 2021, something like that. So like I was actually like the there's actually like the voice actor channel that used to frequent a lot on here on Twitch. Used to watch him a lot, and I remember that there's like the one stream he did, where he actually managed to get like an earlier version of this game, which I think only had like the first chapter. The first chapter, I think, either the first chapter or the first couple chapters. But like it wasn't complete, but it was like the. It was like there's like a lot of progress done on it though. So like I thought it was actually like pretty interesting to what was done though. So it is so like I'll admit that to fall off on that one though, because the fact that like I like to forgot about it for a bit. But like recently that I saw remember that was a thing, and I said check with Steam solves at decent price, so I decided okay, why not like give it a shot, and I've really like learned up yet. There's like there's the whole like I wanted to play with you guys, check the story and all that. There's like it has been quite a bit since last time I actually like did a visual novel on the stream. So yeah, we're doing it again now. So yeah, that happens. But yeah, we'll see if I can get it. This might be like an every soft kind of thing. It's like if you saw my stream stream, unfortunately, I will have to miss next Wednesday. Unfortunately, I have to work late that day, which kind of sucks. And I decided I still wanted to play the Tsushima, so I decided to move that to Thursday. So, but that is to next year later though. So hey, we'll deal with it. But yeah. That's pretty much like the plan for next week though. So I think for the most part, for the most part, like experiences they're gonna stay mostly the same as before. But yeah, it's just basically might change. So but this is how things go though. But to see hopefully things go fine. But yeah, anyway, welcome back, friends, everybody. And let's see who's here. Welcome in Rat, welcome in Snaps, welcome in Aiden, welcome in Numero. I think that is everybody. Okay, alright. Let's get started. Let's just start with this for the you start server again. Alright, here we go. Yeah, so the officially see how it goes. Because, like I said, it's been like years since I last seen this, so it'll be fun. Look forward to it.
Holy horns! What's with this place? It's ancient. Are you sure we're allowed to be here?
I would hope so, yes. It's like you're allowed to be anywhere as long as no one finds you. Seeking through forgotten cracks in the wall is not as easy as it once was, but I still managed to push my hat and my staff in somehow without breaking the wall any further. Today's a mess, and the last thing I want is the whole city knowing that I'm back to my nonsense. Namely, helping foreigners trespass in abandoned temples in pursuit of protection of written lies that passes history these days. I'm too old for this rubbish. I catch a glimpse of Lynn's expression and switch the scarf over my face again. My news headache looks entirely undefeated by my logic. Look, we're already here and gonna need all the help you can get, kid. I don't have time to explain every single little thing to you. The said kid still any qualms left about following me here. Just ready to see not to voice them. I mean, this whole ordeal is her fault. In a very roundabout sort of way. Still fun nonetheless. It's anyone's but mine, at least. I didn't come all the way back to the city to do charity for his descendants. I just wanted to find that dumbass's grave and clean up a little or leave some incense or something. Not this. I wasn't looking to hear legends about any so-called knight of the upper field. I know the books in this library won't say a word about him, but I'd come back to this place anyway. You like the possibility of finding a trace of his existence among the broken tablets and burnt codices, or partially prone to ignore. Here I am, still following his footsteps like the few unlucky scripts that time and thieves spared. Frozen in their shells as they await the return of someone who understands them. We have a lot in common, this library and I. Kid's eyes open a fraction wider, and only managed to narrowly avoid the incoming onslaught questions. Here, ink, paper. You can write, right?
Of course! You're talking to the fastest.
Shut it, Escadaz.
Sheesh, you're really adding some flavor to my name, huh? Where did all that salt come from? Or could that be the sweetness of an old flame leaving such a bitter aftertaste?
Could be the word those are hard to say, so, you know. Ew, no. Don't do that. Makes you sound like your mother. I mean, her mother. Or her great-great-great-grandmother? Gah! Can't believe the stories around this much. How long have I been gone?
I can't even start to guess if you won't tell me how old you are.
I'm entirely too old to care about something as dumb as numbers.
Well, gee, I'm starting to see why you wanted me here. Do you have a name, or are you too cool for letters too?
Might as well be though, so hey, we'll just go with that. My name would only do this project. You'll be me, and I'll be nothing more than the space between words.
What a droll way to say you want me getting lynched for this.
I mean, it's also not me, I'll kind of take that. I still keep starting myself until I get lost, kid.
But you won't, because after hearing my name, you realize I'm the chosen gazelle that legend of old prophesied would tell the true story of the night, right?
I guess that's it.
I could use a little encouragement here, not gonna lie.
I get you on that one though, but yeah, I don't do much that. Listen, Lynn. I don't believe in chosen ones, and I certainly don't know what the truth is. I doubt Adder himself ever knew. But I'm going to tell you the story I know. I won't tell it once, and I'll probably tell it wrong since I can barely remember anymore. But even so, I ain't gonna say it'll be 1,000 times more accurate than any of the odes, just about a bunch of pop doodles have been singing through the ages. This may be Adder's punishment for lying way into history, but I still can't let even my friend be smeared like that. So what I mean to say is that I'll scare you if you interrupt me and make me forget something.
Fair.
She finally shuts up for a moment, though we know the sounds won't last. Right, good. Guess you have my own thoughts in order before we begin. The story started back when we left his village to... No, that'll be too long. The story starts when he came at night, and... No, that defeats the purpose. The point. Ugh. I guess the story... Well, I guess the story starts with me. I couldn't allow myself that much merit, right?
Who are you again?
I'm the one that told the story. You're right. Okay. Alright. Here we go. Chapter 1. I mean, good timing though, so yeah, I'm surprised.
Adder. Hey, lad. Do we have to go through this every single fuck? Oh boy. Here we go.
Yeah, it's how it goes tonight, man. I'm surprised.
I saw a beast!
Way to call me an eyesore.
I'm telling you, I saw a beast.
Are you sure you had? Does probably just like a dream something like that, I bet.
Right. Look, I'm not drunk enough for this, so good.
This ain't no time to sleep. The beast may be gone, but the Macador is still out there.
Oh yeah, I did forget to eventually. Ooh. What is that? The Prince of the story itself. The top two lower locations. Okay. So it looks like that apparently that there are these words different colors. You can learn a bit about them, but it looks like they still learn about the story though, so you don't have to worry about that as much. That makes sense though. I'll take that.
The forest out there has come to find me.
Can you stop screaming like an idiot and use your brain for a second?
I'm sure what I do that about.
I knew they'd get to the city one day. We gotta tell everyone.
Spanish words not like the super paradox on there. I mean, jeez.
There are
trees around, you dimwit!
Of course, not surprised. A long shush followed right after. But that's what over since the words that journey was used were too colorful to be reproduced.
Oh, then what did you holler for, Mr. Bard? The sun ain't up yet. If you don't quit your whining, we're gonna get a beating.
Yikes. Yeah, definitely don't want to deal with that, that's for sure.
Says you, the buck who hath been delighting mine ears with his pitiful wailing all night long.
Say what?
You've been talking in your sleep again.
Of course. I'm surprised. Ooh, okay. I think that'd be nice. Yeah, so say sorry.
Well, slap my head and call me silly. I'm so sorry, Mr. Bard. I forgot we were an heirloom for a moment there. No more. I'm gonna make sure to keep my dreams dead silent from now on.
Which seems a little difficult to should be though, but you know, you do what you want.
That's what you said last time. Ah,
Kinda happens bad, but still. Deal with it.
do you have a hangover in peace for once?
I know that I'd move away if I could, but
I don't know if better find a new place there, but still.
Once you're faring better, you'll take us both out of our misery.
wait,
Well, we'll see. We'll see.
fair?
There.
Fair? Oh, 3.
Don't.
The fair!
I swear to bite that kid, if you keep screaming, I'm going to kill you.
Not if they get to me first!
And so it is having Who's stomped around with the force of a stampede he's sprinted away, making Delph regret every decision that led him to suffer in this torment.
Glad we sorted that out.
For one, so. Wide awake now, running as fast as clumsy Who's will let him. It set out towards the beaten heart of the city, the suit, hoping no one would feel like stopping his on the way. A whole year had come and gone since first set foot in the streets of Slender District, the most infamous slums of the capital. A place so heinous that walking there alone at night was considered a suicide attempt. A place where you're in your right to keep a house if you could outlast the previous owner. Where he'd once felt like the poor fawn, fearing for his life. Now he felt like the poor deer, fearing for his life. But he actually knew his way around after such a long time avoiding brigands. He had no time to spare, worried about choking man such as being robbed or stabbed, for he knew fully well that he was going to meet his destiny.
The patron's gonna skin me alive!
A destiny which most likely didn't will include being flayed by his dearest employer. Then we can't rule the possibility of direct superior whacking him in the head for oversleeping on such an important date.
What if she hates me now?
And to think when I'd done it already, still.
Then the patron won't have no problem kicking me out. He'll kick me out and keep my skin as a payment. Nah, that's dumb. But he'll kill me anyway. Oh crap!
Summers was seeing his fatalistic thoughts invaded his head, that his brain, which was, by all accounts, was made of a sawdust. Didn't pay any mind to the path his Who's were following. And so, as to be expected from someone not heeding the wise advice, look where you're going! You seem like the first obstacle on his way to the plaza. A wall. Hi, Faxon. Thank you for sitting my floor. I was a little behind on that, actually, so I appreciate you taking care of that for me. Thank you.
Oh, dear.
Welcome in, though. We're just doing something different. We're checking out the Hayseed Knight. This is a what's your level? I think the first time I've seen this in like at least like 4 or 5 years or so, roughly. In any place, that soft chuckle would admit that Ader would have had the benefit of living with his fares alone. And the slums seemed to mean that he wouldn't have the benefit of living at all.
That was almost impressive.
Almost.
I truly thought that you were going to run straight through that wall for a moment.
The voice thought close about a second, followed by a strangely harmonic tinkling. A melody that danced in his ears that paralyzed his mind. Brendan froze on the spot at the thought of an incoming murderous lady. Ader shut his one big eye and held his breath deeply, knowing that it'd be his last. Not dead yet. Still not dead? I think we're still alive. That's just rude. Between his blurry sight and the obscene darkness, Aiden could barely discern the silhouette standing right in front of him. He should have run and screamed and died for his life, but instead, he had stayed long enough for a few stray sun rays to wander among the run-down houses, found to cast a light upon his foe.
Whoa.
For your information, everyone already thinks that Rose are thick-skulled. We don't need another martyr for the cause.
Yeah, it's good at least. A plump gazelle dressed in exquisite silk swashed over him, slow witness to his downfall. She smiled at him with the ease of one who's wealthy enough to be able to look wherever they go.
Are you okay?
Suddenly unable to offer a curt reply, Ader stared in stunned silence. His light reaction was nothing short of concerning given the circumstances, but the new bump in his hand was not to blame for it. Despite the preconception screaming otherwise in his mind, this is that appeared to be hostile, murderous, or even slightest bit interested in bringing about his death. In fact, the only demise that seemed imminent was hers.
What? Are you okay? What are you doing out about a place like this, ma'am? You lost or something?
Very good, honestly, so we'll do that.
Okay, I suppose. I'm hiding.
You seem a little overdressed to be in hiding, though. That's the thing.
And here I am hollering down the street without a care in the world. I'm so sorry. I'll leave you be.
We'll stop doing that bad, but it'll be fine.
No need. I'm not in immediate danger, and I fully intend to be found. It is a matter of principle. I guess what I intend to be is a nuisance.
Just like down middle like town square, just like do a crazy dance or something.
So you're playing some kind of rich gal hide and seek.
itchyballs_com is now following.
Well, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. Okay. Well, to work quite a lot the other though. It seems to kind of manifest now. It's not complain. Welcome in that, and thank you for the follow. Appreciate it.
Does that lower your opinion of me much?
We'll stop doing that, so hey, it's fine.
I mean, I ain't got much of an opinion of you yet. An impression at most.
You've definitely made one.
Yeah, he's loud enough, so I can believe that. The girl turned the curve of her horns towards the inner-shaped indentation in the wall. She returned with a smirk, which only served to crease Ada's brow.
You ain't no coward, that's for sure. You gotta have a lot of gall or a lot of empty room in your head to go slumming it in a place like this.
Asher's fine. Don't worry about it then.
You're one to talk.
Who, me? No, of course not. I ain't want to talk to reckless moneybags who risk their one life dawdling and slander, chewing the rag with boneheads and plow straight into walls. Except I am, because that's what they call sarcasm in these parts.
Should the decision of like cold concept of sarcasm though? That's the big question.
I couldn't tell.
See? That's what I'm talking about. You can't survive out here if you don't know that much, ma'am. I know y'all better sorts like playing with fire, but...
That's fine. But I can hardly bear the thought of going this merry way and letting a young lady become a ransom note. I mean, when his neck, his jaw rather, was on the line.
Y'all got space for one more player?
You want us to hide together? Wouldn't that be reckless of me?
Everything gets caught.
Good question. I wouldn't trust myself if I were a full-time slum dweller, but I'm a temporary slum dweller. An honorary slum dweller, if you will. You could trust me for about 10 minutes.
Yeah, once 11 hits, he's gone. Man, he's just gone. Did I forget under their breath like old friends sharing secrets?
I don't know about safe, but I promise you won't be bored.
Yeah, she's gonna betray him like the second hits at the 11th minute though, so wouldn't be surprised if that happens.
I would enjoy that.
Connor realized toward Alvarez to a sincere grin. I felt like the greatest achievement in the boy's entire life. Aiden dusted his scruffy pants, straightened his fourth and fifth hand jacket, and cleared his throat.
It's a deal then. You're in luck today, ma'am. You get a hiding partner, a mint shield, and a tour guide for the unbeatable price of nothing at all. Please stay close to the coward by your side and keep your wits about. Down danger alleys we go.
Alright, let's do that. Aiden said this with his chin up in full chest. We can also have had him slapping his own snout, wonder what a neighborhood he had to get himself into this time. Aiden's anxieties for April, unwholesome, and tended to go in the absence of dialogue. A female stuck on their staircase next to us looking girl was already teaming with them. It occurred to him. Not as big a wet starting to re-rage up again and so terribly scrambled. They run into a wall and ditching his job or potentially the least fatal of his long string of poor decisions.
So, if it ain't prying too much, course, who are we hiding from again?
Hiding from some people.
Oh, no one important. You'll know when you see them.
Right, gotcha.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense though, actually. Aiden didn't dare spare a single look in the direction of his rather nonchalant company. Couldn't afford that sort of stress in his life. Our little protagonist hardly knew what a book was, or I was generally important managed to judge from my best cover. But he just started to workshop the idea that the quality of one's clothes didn't necessarily reflect one's station in life. He didn't want to assume, of course, but a horn lady by his side could easily have been a thief dressing up on the way back from Mark's house. Aiden was pretty sure that's not the case, but what if? What if it was? What then? He did gorgeous at, that's what. The boy sidled one-eyed chasing torso apparently large and sharp coiled black horns, hoping to find them a safe distance away from his face all his fears. Fears that weren't eased by the liberty in which he found her inches away from his shoulder, cocking at his own antlers.
You're gonna make him shorter if you keep staring like that, ma'am.
Oh, sorry. Am I making you self-conscious? I was just trying to get a better look at your eye patch.
It's simple enough, so what are you expecting?
That ain't much better, you know?
Where would you have me look?
Like, down lower maybe? Honestly?
Anywhere but me.
A fine company you'll make then.
I thought we were supposed to be hiding.
And yet, I'd swear that I'd set out to find you.
At least she's trying to hide them with the scarf. Our favorite dear didn't know what to make of the sentence. She wouldn't grant him time to digest it either.
The round will be over before we know it. Let me use my one chance to look at you.
I don't know. I kind of woke up too early, and I didn't have time to wash my face very well, and I don't really like being looked at, and I got a lot to get back to, and...
So you were in a rush. Am I keeping you?
I like that though. Her expression moved to an effective pout. Trust turn of events. Truth is, anyone's going to be just late for work anymore. You'd be double late.
Now I got places to be, yeah? But you can keep me all you like. I mean, what's the matter at this point? May as well save myself the trip back home. Chances are I'm already fired.
Like, imagine if it wasn't, though, to be crazy. The lady wears a single eyebrow. It was sharp enough to stab Aiden with common sense.
And you'd rather not cast the die?
I mean, fair, still.
Never been one to gamble.
Sure.
I'm much the same as you. Metaphorically, that is. I do have a job to keep me busy.
I was thinking so this would be a thing for once. Jeez.
Hey, I do too. I got like 15, in fact. I'm a farmer by birth, a smith apprentice by trade, a fighter by chance, a water seller by day, a rivet peddler by night, a beggar when necessity strikes.
Purpose is just anything with them need to know, so I'm not surprised.
Newly unemployed by choice.
If you want me to get, you can just say that, ma'am.
I hold nothing but your best interests at heart.
Okay, well, that's good at least.
Well, that makes two of us. What do you call that situation?
Unbelievable.
Fair. There! Giselle turned her face briskly away, towards the walls surrounding the market in the distance. Her walls seemed just as tall. Now, Ada was exactly what we call smooth, suave, and got nothing gritty, really. But even knew the conversation wasn't going right to left or anywhere he wanted to go. They fully realized that it was being led by the nose by some pretty lady who had even asked him to stay. He could have swapped off right then and lived a life none the wiser of the trouble that would come.
Oh, you know, on second thought, what the hey? Look all you want. You got yourself a pass to the main event. Come and see, you bold. All the ways deer can grow wrong. Feast your eyes on the terror from Chanteray, the error of nature. Long-necked shovel hand!
Gotta slow that though, man. Ada made a little appearance as he fell, head first down the stairs. That was the enough to earn him another smile.
I don't suppose you're an acrobat.
No, dude, he's just trying though, I bet.
I'm the whole circus act, man.
Ada winked one of his gigantic hands up in the air for her and expect, trying to find a solid argument for his thesis.
What are those?
It felt a nice friendly grip in his hand, kindly pulling him up from the ground, and before he knew it, he found himself face to hand with the lady upstairs. She was eyeing him up and down, inspecting his hands in the way of one studying ancient carving.
My hands?
Were you born with them? How much weight can you lift? Can you use tools at all? How do you put on shirts? What's wrong with your neck? Is that a hood or a scarf? I love the pattern, by the way.
Yeah, they're much more tough to look like Benjamin with those giant ass hands, though. At Barry's mentioning that, at this point in his life, Eddie had only been granted the honor of holding hands with two women, his mother and his boss. Both were rough and weathered by years of work, and both had beaten arm wrestling given the occasion. Finally, foul fingers gently wrapped around his arm were a complete novelty, even if their owner was a...
So?
I'm sorry, ma'am. What was the question?
Who knows, though?
What are you supposed to be?
Yeah, I'm a big deal.
Can't you tell looking at these whappers? I'm a Carnrite fighter. I was just practicing my tackles back there, see? Yeah! I don't mean to brag, but I'm kind of a big deal.
Yeah, you just like slap me with that much of an issue, though, actually, so I'm surprised that happens.
Oh, so you're one of those head-butting brutes. I should have known.
No, I ain't no brute. I was just lying to impress you. You seen the size of these sticks on my head? What am I supposed to do with them? Tickle the other buck to death?
Then I guess you have yet to explain the part where you run into a wall.
I don't know. Don't say.
Just the usual around these lands. How I was running for my life. In fact, you and I should both get going before a local shows up with a knife.
Zach's got a rhyme with him a little chuckle.
What you laughing about? Is there anything on my snout?
Is this another gig of yours? Street poet? Or could it be that you intend to steal my attention and my purse, seeing as how you seem so sure that I'm not here to rob you?
First, like an actual street poet, though. Yeah, it's probably what it's about. Still, it is much test upon his next words. Always self a chance to polish his sharpening skills. It won't only be a good thing in quiet from Guelph.
Well, ma'am, folks around here come in two flavors. Stabby and gritty. But I'd never seen a thief that looked quite so pretty.
Ah, still pressing though, okay.
Oh, we're doing this.
I can see why those taste though, jeez.
I don't know what this means, but you're just so inspiring. That unrehearsed. I keep on rhyming.
Oh no. Stop that. They're terrible.
For you, I can keep on rhyming till I die. 'Cause lady, your beauty don't fit in a single eye.
The Guinness laughter stopped all of a sudden.
My what? Sorry?
Your beauty?
Okay, this might have went a little too far though.
Really? How can can it be that the intangible concept of beauty cannot fit within the boundaries of one eye?
Is it so big?
My beauty is too big.
Sure.
No, I mean, yes, I mean, it's perfect. Your beauty, beauty. I said.
Oh, how inappropriate.
There's a line. I didn't know. No, I think we're good. Okay, we're good. We're good.
Inappropriate. What a fancy word, ma'am. You can call me worse things if you'd like. Or you can call the guards. Or Illigram. Or I could just save you the trouble and go jump off a cliff right now.
Yeah, that's your probably just like the breast salt moment there, so big surprise happens. While the runner laid lat to lat, and even muster of strength and heart to stop, Ada stepped back, uttering apologies that showed me no sense whatsoever. Might as well have said another poem to apologize. Whatever know for sure, Burst's accent became so thick whenever lost his cool, that academics to this day should already at that way of talking can truly be considered sternar. Ah, but I digress. It seemed anyone be allowed to die of shame quite so early.
Wait, no. Come back. I'm not mad. But I will be if you make me run after you.
Ada halted a step, but he remained too mortified to face her. Those of Gazelle circled around him to look him in the eye.
We can't have you running away now that I found you.
The deer wasn't sure what exactly she meant by that, but didn't look out of the woods to think about it as she moved her hands to her sucking cheeks, where nothing remained but Constantine attached almost directly to her skull.
Yes, it is you, isn't it? Short-horned, loud-mouthed, and one-eyed. Just so much more emaciated. Oh, how could you let this happen to yourself?
I didn't believe that's the right person, though. Ada stepped bounced in his throat, slowly brought back to the present by the realization of how close her blue eyes were to his own.
I'm so sorry, ma'am. I don't know what came over me. I swear ain't no...
Oh? So, you aren't the type that sees a pretty gazelle and splurts something daft every time?
I mean, it's hard to say, so yeah.
No, of course not.
Sure.
Then is it just me that has this effect on you? I'm honored.
The effect? What are you talking about? I'm just a gentlemanly buffoon, ma'am. I open my mouth and silly stuff comes out. It don't mean nothing.
So you're a buffoon and a cad. What a terrible combination. You're bound to break someone's heart one of these days.
Like mine. Goodbye.
Well, how'd you keep talking like we knew each other?
Because you do know me. In fact, you've had me looking for quite a while now.
Really? That seems kind of wild, though, actually, not thinking about it. Jeez.
I think our 10 minutes are up. I don't know what you're selling, but I ain't gonna buy it.
Come on. Don't you remember that night on the bridge under Hirob's statue? With the guards laughing at you?
Is it because of my sense of humor, or is it because I tripped over like another step?
You didn't hit
One
your
of
head
those.
that hard, did you?
I bet those guards had one haystack of a night laughing at some poor buck, but I'm pretty darn sure that wasn't me. I'd remember you. Trust me.
In other circumstances, perhaps. But I suppose a year would be far too long regardless.
That is a fair point, though. That is kind of a fair point.
Oh well. That only leaves one way to find out.
The cryptic woman put her lip just long enough to make Ada lose his need to understand the situation anymore.
Come closer.
Who, me? Almost asked her dear. Yet there was no one else hiding in the midst of dawn.
I said come closer.
All right then, here I come.
That's it. Come on. Don't make me walk over there.
Take a bigger step. Take a bigger step.
Boop.
Okay.
That's close
slip under Ada's arm uninvited, but not unwelcomed.
Now, if you could get on your knees, You know what? Maybe you should see a doctor after all.
Look, little boy PC. Look at that. That's adorable.
Joseph! There you are!
Now, seriously?
Unless it blinked, the gazelle smiles back in her face. She turned to face the voice at a distance. It belonged to a doe in similarly flashy clothing, hurriedly stomping her way towards Joseph, apparently.
You called?
We've been looking everywhere for you!
And so you found me. Congratulations. Now, if you don't mind...
Miss Rochelle's had us searching for hours! She wants you back immediately!
Well, I'm kind of busy, so... Would you be so kind to go tell her to find someone else to bother while I catch up with my friend here?
Pressure's already left by now.
The fair's about to start! Head back already or you'll get us all in trouble!
The redheaded woman held her breath for what felt like eternity. Guitar Rose seemed to slow down to match her pace, afraid of moving another second forward.
I'm sorry. Was that an order?
What? Miss Rochelle said...
Seems like she'd be a bit like to just hit her people, but they don't approach anything now.
Say, do you know what happened to the last wench who had the gall to order me around?
Joseph's grin remained glued to her face, but her eyes had narrowed down to a squint, shoving her long eyelashes even further.
I don't...
Care to... find out?
Ooh. The doe for her stammered, color drained from her mien. After a few tense seconds, Joseph slapped her hands.
Oh, sorry. Was that too much? Don't make that face, honey. I'm just joking here. I'm not idle enough to begin picking fights with my sisters, don't you think?
Right.
I mean, fair, it was pretty good.
Then that's settled. Let's go.
Joseph whipped her tail as she spun in the opposite direction, making choir bells on for her hips and announced her leave. Ada enjoyed playing to stick around so long, and he possibly didn't mean to spy on anyone. He just worried, of course, but now with good reason. It was wrong to tell that it so easily tried to convince some of their acquaintance all but vanish. And terrifyingly, they took her a place she never forgot all about him. Barhead or not, Ada didn't have any chance to make new friends, especially upper echelon who could reveal kindness when his journey depended on it. He thought it wise, therefore, to choose himself for his strange beat left his life for good.
Wait!
Yes.
As the call came a little more desperate than he intended, and who could blame him? They find this little petrified sight of her all over again. Her bright red hair curling messy waves behind her neck, her horns shining such a deep reflective black, her long fluffy tail lazy bugging behind her kept her halfway through her step. Wasn't nobody like him to talk to a woman like her? Why would she ever bother so much to look back? Ada's heart skipped the beat. Once he realized so, he would have sooner had to stop beating altogether. No way I was looking at her, Ada yelled internally. Beasley's sweat began falling down from his temples as his face became even more flustered. There's no way I... Flustered as he was, he burned reassurance of the gazelle walking down the few steps that separated them. As he began to aggravate his inner turmoil, Jessie smiled one last time with the mischievous glint in her eyes.
Don't worry, I haven't forgotten about you.
I thank God for that, honestly.
It's your turn to find me next, handsome.
Ada was so many things. He was goofy, he was loud, he had a smile like a light of the whole town, he was gigantic, and yet, if there was a thing he'd never call himself, it was, no doubt, handsome. After all, the Bucksworth may as well be as large as horns are, and his were, well, tiny, almost childlike. So, that offhand compliment, that mere insinuation that someone found my street good looking, made his heart flutter. And by flutter, I mean, it made his little burst up his chest right then. So, to first 1 second, he forgot the lady in front of him was horned. For a moment, he forgot all the horrible things he heard about these elves and knows he fancied them. His face turned red. His jaw came loose, but he been able to articulate. He found that he forgot the ability to talk. He still knew how to do one thing, though. Run. Okay. This time, his shame was strong in the wall.
Wait, what? Stop right there. What was that last bit?
The bit about the wall, or was it just... Oh, I see. Urban and Selma have always been successful living together as they are now. Wars, gods, horn-shaped. All these used to be different than civic and lumber since the mortals back then.
No, I know that, but there's no way the knight would have thought something so awful.
Ada was a young, insecure stag in a time when every road felt the intent to deny him a single drop of Barham blood in their veins. What do you think is different?
Why wouldn't he? That's the point, isn't it? That he was different from the rest? How could he believe any of that crap?
How should I know? Everything against gazelles.
Sounds like you weren't a whole lot bothered by those who did, though.
I mean, it's one of the guys want to stand in the way of like stuff like that, though. But you're right. I wasn't. I just thought there always had to be someone to punch down on, a spell on my energy making sure that they'll never be me. That was the world as I saw it, and never helped make any difference. Never wanted to change. Hated them? I think he didn't want to do it to anyone. I think he just hadn't realized some of the support of the world and the fears he'd been raised with. He had to butt heads more than one type of wall in his life. I bet you probably like a lot of them now, I bet. I'll be surprised. Please don't know, but still. I think we're wrong, of course. To understand it could have been yet another pretense. And he... come on. Sorry about that. I just dealt with a freaking flash flood. That's insane. It made him feel very lot of wanting to fight the rest of us till his very last breath. No, I'm sure he did go to be wise and kind man, Lynn. Much wiser and kinder than I ever was, at least. None of the rest move here and make excuses for that dumbass otherwise.
Well, I don't care about you, but he'd better rise up soon. I have high-quality standards for my ancestors.
Yeah, let's hope we lied then, is the thing. I'm glad you did. Where were we? The sun was already up in the sky by the time Ada managed to remember they were supposed to get to the suit.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to arrive so late. Please don't kill me.
But lo and behold, there was no one around.
What do you know? First again. I'm gonna have to ask for a raise at this rate. Oh, hold up. Now ain't the time for that. Andy could get here at any...
Like, right there?
Boss! Ha! Gotcha. You're gonna end up giving someone a heart attack if you don't quit sneaking up on people like that, you know.
That's kind of how it goes, though. That was still.
Right. Don't you think for a second I forgot I was supposed to prepare the stall. No, ma'am. But, you know, days are getting longer. It's harder to sleep at night, and the streets are real crowded, and...
Yes, that's a good point, but still. Anna's son Claire told him that she didn't believe a single word, but she didn't care to pry either.
Hey now! Quit giving me that look, missy. You got here late, too.
She pointed at her hair. Drops of silver in water were dancing on her tips, hitting the ground beneath them.
How is it my fault that you were busy dyeing your hair?
Leaving with that perfectly valid question unanswered, she walked back to pick up a big bag she left a few steps away. She lifted up a single hand and then head towards the stall, closely followed by Ader. It's about time they began working. A sudden thought popped in Ada's mind as she helped her set up their carpet.
So, how come the patron ain't here? It just gonna be the two of us today?
I mean, it sounds about right then, but still, what do you think? Ada simply shrugged.
You won't tell your pa I got here late, right, boss?
She punches her arm with such strength that she almost made it fall sideways.
Ow! What did I?
You were too late here, man.
Oh. Oh, tail. Sorry, boss.
The sudden reminder that this was sensitive issue effectively killed the conversation. People all over Ireland began caught in the suit, turned the wild positive to a sea of spice, trinkets, and deer. The curse of the sea was so difficult to understand for Ader, while the mountain south pushed around in the busiest hours. Today would be especially lively. It was the beginning of the monsoon season, so the festive vacation had to be their short period of proper farewells at right time so they'd be back in by the end of it. Positive change from Ader's usual day-to-day, working in its forge and two especially suffering a heat stroke or third-degree burns. Or that's what we thought at first.
Welcome, welcome. We got the best prices in town. Come on and see what goods we offer.
There's no reaction whatsoever to this incessant yelling. Other than any security for trying so hard, that is.
Sure must be fun watching me break my back so your dad won't yell at us.
With a long sigh, Anna sat up against the turret on the carpet. She reached out and grabbed a small, shiny dagger. After checking the sharpness with her gloves, she began to stab in the air as possible customers approached the stall, attempting to show the guests intended use. Anna quickly put his hands over her shoulders, quickly bringing her arms down.
You know what? Nah, take that back. There ain't no deer in the world that works harder than ain't of the test. There just ain't. A hard worker like you deserves a good rest every once in a while, so just let me take care of this, boss.
The last thing we need to do is actually stab a customer for they sell something, so yeah. Then his best attempt at a natural smile. Aiden couldn't care less about any of this, simply shrugged and sat back, still wielding the knife. She let her hand fall on one of the stones that paved the suit, and, effortlessly, tore from the ground, deciding that it served better as a sharpening tool.
You do you.
It was best to leave the issue alone. Aiden traded out questions with Tom Dale that Aiden was a creature of habits. Their habits included steadfastly refusing to put any effort into anything she didn't care about. But it never bothered him at all. There was something fascinating about watching her completely absorb whatever task she chose to focus on, really. Aiden never regretted the level of their craft, if you had one. She could then return to sing at a single haunted metal for hours at a time, if it required so, while judging Aiden's every move with the same intensity. It was just to keep both sitting in the corner and glaring with the hours while she sank deep into her imagination. That's why immediately knew something was off when she turned her face away from the dull knife of her own accord.
Huh? What's wrong, boss? Wait, is that... Oh, no. Don't tell me he's coming this way!
Look at this sad as decided to show up like now, though. Anna wasn't telling me the way, but coming this way he was. He even added in his words one-sided nightmare. The Alberta Center of Heirlooms, a suit, tailored the treasurer, followed by his pale retinue. It didn't even have time to yelp before the merchant among merchants finally announced his presence with an ancient greeting.
Tasakirmat, Miss Tance. I'm aware of how hectic the stall must be today, so I won't keep you long.
Oh, thank God, that's the thing.
I simply realized what a rare occasion it is to see you out in a crowd, so I thought I would take a moment to come and pay my respects to you. I hope you'll find some solace seeing a familiar face among the hustle and bustle.
Let's not have that best case then, so it helps. And his eyes turned sharply away from Tillid, tossing up by the tip of her knife. Stag sat followed the motion, only to find the irremovable set of deer waiting by his side.
I understand the apprehension you feel towards my company, but I'm afraid these are the only escorts I can ever trust with my back anymore. It's a dangerous world out there for people like me.
Yeah, that's for sure, though. Honestly.
Speaking of which, where's your father? Has he considered my latest proposal? Or will I have to send any more of my people his way?
Aiden didn't miss the way Anna's fingers clutched around the dagger she was sharpening. Let's go with this news, actually.
Oh, 3! We completely forgot what day it is, boss. Look how low the sun's already. What you burning daylight for? Ain't it time to do that thing you had to do? You know, that thing? The thing with the stuff?
This stuff happens today, apparently. They said that Anna had no clue what Ada was trying to do would be a vast understatement. But implying that she ever considered that Ada had enough wits to draw plans, that she had social activity to pick up on them to begin with. Any other woman, perhaps? I'm saying this when I realized just how much she had in common with his boss. Right now, however, could not put further strange challenge both Anna, Taylor, Hafford, and Dory's interruptions.
Right. Well, I don't want you feeling like a wet shoe on our carpet most of Saf, but you may want to go gut someone else for the time being. Ana's for real busy today, and it don't look like the Patriots planning to honor us with his presence, so,
Ada didn't do anything more remarkable than put a hand on Anna's shoulder to make Taylor shoot a look in his direction at last. It was but a brief glance. The glance best reserved for a slug clawing up your leg. A glance so scalding that it made the weeds wilt and come up with dust within seconds. Having glanced out, then we perceived the untimely death of an elongated yellow stag. As Anna's look would have it, however, recognition set in the mercer's gaze just at the right moment. And then sudden half-smile formed his face instead.
Ah, yes. I remember you now. Geoff's little paramour. The oversized one-eyed fawn that wanted to be a knight. One Durandun for a full set of armor was what you requested, if I'm not mistaken.
There it didn't pass, though. This seems like they're pretty good. Honestly.
Nope. Sir, I'd never dare say you're mistaken, but I doubly not dare say so when it comes to numbers. Imagine it. Poor farm boy could barely count trying to tell the Taylor how money works. Darn, just thinking about it cracks me up.
Yeah, it's gonna feel sad, though. Do you think?
No, sir, I can't. I just can't believe for one moment the most famous loner in all the heirloom would be so kind to remember a dumb buck's dumb dreams, much less his ugly friggin' mug.
Yikes.
Of course.
Except that it's sad, honestly.
I never forget a face, no matter how weathered or insignificant. That'd be remiss of me.
It would be curious, though, actually, now that I think about it. Taylor nodded to himself thoughtfully, giving Ada a chance to really call by an Ada. Despite the yellow stag's desperate pleas, Taylor's eyes shifted towards him again.
Forgive my curiosity. I just can't help but wonder. How can a country boy with ambitions as great as yours go on living, day after day, knowing he can't aspire to more than his deplorable life?
Only so much you can do, though, man.
Geoff can barely stay sober enough to feed himself, never mind someone twice his size. It must be exhausting, staying alive.
Oh yeah, I'm so tired. Every day is crazy. Honestly.
Oh, no, not at all. We manage.
Sort of, sure. Taylor's soft features drew closer to Ader, but he barely even noticed. His only eye remained glued to Taylor's bodyguards.
It's not too late to consider the offer I made you back then. Let me put those deformed hands of yours to better use. I could give you the armor and the money to pay for it now, if you come work for me in the sewers. It won't be much worse than whatever the blind witch has you doing.
It'd be worth it.
That's mighty kind of you, Mr. Taylor, but it's poor manners to consider job offers in front of your own boss.
You make a fair point. Perhaps once I've torn that red scab off our guild's back then.
That could be fine. After work. Who knows?
Aina.
Taylor finished his farewell with a bow, and thus left the moneylender at last, following the light rhythm of Calsrius March. Ada's body is somewhat distorted and indistinguishable from Ada's at this point. He needed a few more seconds of thought of that position.
Divine beeswax, I'm crawling out of my skin here. Who the hell you laughing at now, huh?
That weirdo ain't no joke, you hear me? Last time I talked to him, it only took me shoving my hoof in my mouth half a second to swish, get a blade on my neck. And all I could see out of this eye was the creepy face of one of those golem.
Anna's ears perked up. There were gazemen from your lot to the blade.
No, yeah, of course you'd find it funny, Mistress Miss Tess. Paying my respect sure is a fancy way of saying he got the hots for you.
People said what she didn't say anymore, though. I mean, I don't know what you want. Jeez. Ada barely avoided getting a silver puncture by an extremely flustered Ada. The hours passed by slowly and painfully. They were ignored by any passerby. Well, actually, avoided, rather ignored. It was no surprise. The merchant, Ada's patron, and his new daughter were two of the most despised people in the city. Despite the incredible variety of antiquities and smithereens that the merchant had for sale, never bought a single thing. There are plenty of reasons for that. Even Ada has some serious doubts about working for an old barhand man whose fur was redder than blood, and an albino smith that insisted on dyeing her hair green. In fact, it worked independently from Ireland's Traders Guild, probably has something to do with it too. In any case, it was one for noon they had to do but sit around the whole day. Sure with that? Yeah, better probably pause here. There's also like, it's almost the every time. Let's see, volume. Yep, every time. So we'll be back in a few minutes. Oh god. I was getting up with that. Oh, wait. 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 Ah, there we go. Flip it out of bounds there for a second there. It's always lovely. Oh, not you. Waste that one. Oh, okay. Okay. Is he? Am I getting a sick bud? Oh my god, I need a sick bud. I can't. Oh my god, I can't believe that. So look at me, I'm getting a sick bud. That's amazing though, actually. A little faster there. Nope. Not a pain. We'll drag him over there. What's our part dragging about? Oh, so we don't do that? Oh, man. And boom, there we go. Yeah, plus it was pretty fun to be able to check out the what? Okay. That is weird. Oh my god. I don't see like the invisible wall apparently. That's kind of crazy. Oh, that was a hole. That was a hole. How did I not see that? Dude, this is amazing. I love this. This is perfect. There it goes. Bye. It's ready to be soon. Then we can probably, you know, do whatever you want. Oh, oh my god, why did you do that? Wow. That was beautiful. Man. Oh, I would have a lot of edibles actually. I just, you know, don't do this at home. But I'm gonna fill. Tormar's gonna be full of a soda like in about 5 minutes from now. So, don't try this at home, though. Like, I can't believe you feed a dog soda. It's like, how terrible are you at taking care of dogs, man?
Oh, there's a treasure chest.
どこかおかしいですか?
Where do I start? Where do I start? Let's just see. You got the. You got the weird hair.
Cute.
Makes it look like a creep. You got the wide eyes, but as I said before, makes you look like you've seen shit. You got the black jacket like on over the waist, which makes it look weird, and you got the scarf for some reason. So I'm back.
Cute.
I did. I bet it.
Cute.
I did. Settings. There we go. That should get us back to our thing there. Aiden pressed lips together and began drumming his fingers against the floor. He looked askance at Anna, hoping the song called for attention and stirred her curiosity, but there's no answer. He had to be the one to actually break the silence as usual.
So, hey, Aina. I bet you're still wondering just what in the world could make a hard-working buck like this one get here so late this morning.
Aina stopped hitting the mark with the blade. She further moved her eyes towards Ader.
Well, buckle up, because there's a whole story there. This got to stay between you and I. But, this morning...
I ran through a wall.
I ran through a wall. Good thing I have a thick skull, right?
I was one thing about the ocean. When he stepped to start some sort of warm conversation fell short. Yet another awkward silence ensued. He fit in as long as seconds of quietness and his words hadn't been heard or said. They were, but he was ignored for eternity. No, that couldn't be. He surely worried her too much.
Of course she'd be concerned. What kind of idiot runs straight into a wall and then brags about it?
I should have told her that, he lamented, thinking ways to excuse himself for such a dumb thing.
Ow! What's that for? What? You get mad when I worry about you, and you get mad when you worry about me? That ain't fair, ma'am. I'm gonna get real mad at you next time you punch a wall. Real mad.
I mean, as long as it sort of break the wall, that's the thing, though. About.
Please don't punch any more walls. Someone's gonna fix them holes for me.
The best way to find in a smile at the precise moment would be terrifyingly mean. While her bad temper was known and feared among the impressions, it was usual for her to be so acidic, especially towards Ader. RJ Boy could help but notice his change. He wasn't going to keep it to himself, of course.
You're acting real ugly, boss.
The smile on her face vanished, replaced instead by a grimace. In response to his affirmation, Annie merely shifted the gaze back to the blade and resumed her task, pretending she hadn't heard him. But if Ader was known for one thing, it was the necessity to stick his nose in everyone's business. What's wrong?
What's wrong, Aina?
A wrinkle formed over her nose as she focused on keeping calm, but Ader didn't get the message.
just keep everything to yourself. You know there ain't a single thing in the whole of Nah you can't tell me.
No sooner he finished his sentence, Anna slammed the dagger she was sharpened against the ground, eventually sinking a step in it.
Right. I know there ain't a single thing you can tell me either. This is one of them metaphors things Gaff loves. He says that a hushed mouth ain't got nothing on an open heart.
Anna got up all of a sudden, her face red in anger. Anna prepared herself mentally for the beating they expected would ensue. But instead, she just plopped down on the ground, sitting with her back against his. Her dear Buck was puzzled to say the least, but Anna didn't make a sound. She just sat behind her, completely still, heading from the public eye. Of course, the possibility of getting watched in the hair was now more real than ever, so Anna didn't even attempt to guess why she'd ever do that.
What was the patron thinking?
Well, he probably didn't expect you two to play, hide and seek in the stall.
You would think, honestly. Ada and Anna immediately jumped away from each other, doing their worst best attempt to look and half professional. A thunderous laugh originated over the markets of the market.
Kilogram?
Hi, Digimon. Welcome in.
It's respectable Illigrab Bund Hollows to you, boy. But please, don't hold back on my account. I'll just look the other way.
That's very fair, though, and everything. What, I mean, we're just playing some, I wouldn't say, like, playing, per se. It's what we're like, reading the Hayseed Knight. Sort of change pace, though, but yeah, as I said, if you're looking for some more Doom, we'll be getting back to that next Saturday, probably.
What?
So I just held off on doing the Doom session today because like I did miss Thursday's stream now. So appeared the man that was so red that it would seem he sold all colors Johnny was lacking.
Patron!
Ah, so he gets the respectful treatment and I don't. I see how it is.
What's that salacious doll cop doing to my daughter now?
That's fun game. Yeah, it's fun so far. And then people enjoy the story though.
They're just strengthening their ties of friendship. Ah, or is this a budding love?
Considering Anna, I'm not so sure, man. The merchant shook his cane, hitting Elgra's twiggy leg with a loud thunk. The tree man just wiggled his mustache in response.
Whoa! Hold up. We weren't doing anything, patron.
That's the problem, you cumber ground! You lighter sack! You!
A coughing fit saved Ada from more old-timey insults which he could barely comprehend. Once he recovered, the merchant put his bearded face next to Ada's, resting the tip of his hand on Ada's chest. He opened his tooth and smiled slowly, his breath making them more like bleach than liquor.
You haven't sold a single thing, have you?
Now, that's hardly their fault, Red.
Yeah, no one likes him though, so there's that.
Sure, this Yeltsin was just frolicking with my daughter as usual!
She's old enough to frolic as she pleases.
Oh, thank you, I'll do that right now. Ah.
She hasn't even come of age yet!
Of course she hasn't. There's no way for her to pass that right.
Of course there is! She just needs to open her mouth and stop being an idiot!
There's not much you do about that, but still. Thank you.
The only idiot here is the one talking, patron. Ana's just mute.
I wish that rub off on you! And maybe you'd learn to keep your mouth shut when adults are talking!
We should move around like that, actually.
But I did pass the coming of age right, sir! I got them adult horns and...
Shut up! Don't you have any anything to say about this, insolent child?
Oh, she's a leave. Oh, God.
Aina?
Yeah, she's done that.
She walked away while you two were arguing.
Then why didn't you say so sooner, you overgrown sapling?
Okay, they don't like this guy so far, though.
She looked like she needed it.
This is all your fault! And yours!
He stabbed at his nose with the tip of his finger.
What did I do?
That stupid child's been acting up since you first arrived!
They think she has like some with her, though, apparently. Jeez.
Don't blame the poor boy. She's always had an attitude, and you know it.
He's not thinking for a bit of toast. The fact that he couldn't even say anything, though, so. No, what that happens.
I don't care! You two better go bugger off somewhere else! Or I swear to Arab that I'll hit you so hard that you'll be cropping out your teeth for a week!
Do you think he can do that, though? Because that sounds crazy. Both Ada and Eograb winced at that.
Now hold up, what?
Come on, Adder. Those two clearly want some alone time.
Oh, okay, so it's Adder then. Okay, I gotcha.
And he'll have plenty of that when I leave him tied to the pyre next time I find a mob outside the shop.
Oh, God, I want to see that, though. It would be great. Eograb took the Adder by the cape and lifted him off the ground as they walked away. Didn't take Eograb long than its Adder's usual reticence to speak.
Please, don't let Red's words affect you. He's, worse today. There's a storm coming from the west, and it's making us old people nervous.
But probably fill his bones, I bet.
No, the patron can preach and holler all he want. That don't bother me much. I mean, I don't cry anymore, at least.
Oh, it's just that then, so I'm not surprised. Still.
What he said to Aina, though, now that's going 2 paces past the league too far. So what if she can't swear the oath thing? The 3 won't get mad at her for being mute. And anyway, Aina don't gotta pass no right. It ain't like she's getting married any day soon, right?
I mean, especially with their attitude, I wouldn't be surprised if that happens to be the case, though, actually. But, you know, I have to do what you can now, I bet.
There. Got it all out of your system, boy?
Let's see, just play it safe here. There we go.
You know what? All this stuff I'm saying means radish stew if I don't say it to her face. I gotta find her and make sure she's alright.
Eograb didn't reply to that last information. He placed Adder carefully on the ground and patted his tape to straighten it.
Well, in that case, I have to go back to keeping watch on the fair. So, this is where we say goodbye for today. Hey, I'll send someone to fetch you if I see her, okay?
And they still work with us on that, so that helps. Adder nodded resolutely. They waved goodbye to each other. And then the buck just stood there wondering where to start looking when the suit felt like half a league from gate to gate. Assuming she was still in the suit at all.
Finally! I thought that fluffy bastard was never leaving.
The elf wanted to see him with a huge smile as the giant disappeared in the distance.
Afternoon, Mr. Bard.
Oh, lad, what a face.
Well, see, it's a long...
Not a word. Thy mean speaketh clearer than thy tongue doeth.
God, I think I remember the castle for this game now.
You're hungry.
Nah, I ain't in the mood to...
So I think I remember the mentioning that like during the one she was talking about before, but that was like years ago, so I remember.
Well, I am, and I can't play a song when my stomach's growling a gazelle. Let's get some fried leaves.
Sorry, Bard, I ain't got time for any of that. I gotta go look for Aina. She just ran away angry as all get out, and I know darn well if I don't go check up on her, no one's gonna.
And I thought my songs were monothematic.
Gil picked strings of his oud one by one, deep in thought, while Adder spaced around.
I know just the place to look.
I mean, what else that don't happen, though, honestly. Gil expected stuck to the crowds, moving with such ease that he seemed to be a little more in their shadow. Adam did his best to keep up with them, though that was hardly an easy task when he had one hand taller than most other deer. The place Guff was looking for wasn't the plaza itself, surrounded by stalls and all the merchandise, but rather one of the many outlets that led to the souk. The crowd there was bustling with life as well, but not quite in the same manner. They were all rowdy deer, pushing and cheering. A Carme alley. Carme alleys were very different from the official sort. While killing was sort of fresh frowned upon, there's no chivalry and one set of rules. There's no even known that the horse here being gore with were hygienic. There are punches and kicks and all sorts of cheats. It was chaos. And for that and several other reasons, Anna was a huge fan of unofficial Carme. Sadly, as much as Anna jumped and pushed and yelled, she wasn't anywhere to be found.
Alas, your fair maiden is in another alley.
Which is unfortunate, but, you know. Anna cast a long glance over the Enterprise battlegrounds, attempting to find her one last time.
That's too bad. Anna kicked some serious ass here.
Good thing she's not allowed to fight.
Yeah, thank God for that, honestly.
Yeah, ain't no way they're gonna let it go.
A golem, Adder.
Guff takes a very serious look in this direction. So it's the first time they had a discussion and wouldn't be the last.
How many times do I gotta tell you? Aina is not a golem, okay? She's a doe. It's just she's a bit of a weirdo.
Sure. I mean, why not? What's that to do with that?
Weirdo. Right.
Sure.
Tell me, Adder dearest, how many albino does can you name off the top of your head that can lift your heavy butt with just one hand?
Aina! Now let's go! We gotta find her!
Why do I even bother? Look at her. Golem or not, she's just a little cabbage head hiding in the crowds of this enormous city. She's damn good at hiding. And do you know why people hide?
Because they don't want to be found? Seems obvious, though, honestly.
Because they don't want to be found.
Yes, pretty much. Guff sent his arms towards him in a dramatic manner, remarking how cut he was.
You're not gonna find her. So why don't you go and use your thick skull for something useful? Like bringing us money so we can have dinner for once.
Guff pointed at the ring with his horns, and Adder knew better than to insist. With a heavy sigh, Adder nodded and began walking towards the ringmaster.
Ah, wait, there's just one more thing. Your bag of coins. You wouldn't want to lose what little we have to the hands of, say, some ill-intentioned crook, now would you?
That is a fair point. I'm surprised.
Evil you know, right?
That is true. Here's it with his though. Guff sent his hand a bit too keenly, waiting for Adder to find the purse he usually hid within his sash. But...
Whoa, Bard. You're really gonna bust a gut laughing.
Don't tell me you lost it.
Alrighty then.
Guff's tiny body trembled like a branch about to snap off.
Just go.
Welp.
Alright. See that sweaty blackhead over there with the glistening fur and a charming smile? That's your foe. I'll go place my bet now. Are you feeling like a winner, ladder?
Oh, that's like another word for anybody, honestly.
Charming.
Ladder? What?
Hold up. You mean the guy with them sharpened horns? Oh, darn, Bard. Your confidence in this poorly put together row is much appreciated, but as much as it hurts me, and it does, I think I'd rather go to bed hungry today.
What?
What if it hits me in the face? I don't want to go from out of the one-eyed to out of the no-eyed!
I mean, as long as it doesn't hit the eye, then they'll just at least be able to see. Like, what if it's in the mouth, though? They should have been able to do something like that.
Me, my boy. On how in the name of the Hatsa do you pretend to become a knight if you can't handle even a rack pointed at you? No wonder you can't even catch a hint, yellow piece of mangy venison. Sorry about that.
What are you mumbling there, Goff?
I said I'm going to walk you through this. So, oh, help me three if you mess up.
Well, you know, that happens, but...
Hey, let this dough in. And a girl, you sure eat your veggies. But those sticks on your forehead, I can't fool anyone.
Oh, wow.
If he
Let's respect, actually.
This is gonna be easier than I thought.
Wait, there's a fight coming up? Holy horns, you have to tell me everything about it. What kind of fighting style did Adder use? Was it antler rattling? He was a rattler, right? Did he prefer grappling or thrusting? Or was he more of a brawler instead? Swish, swish, bam! Pushing them right into... Wait, did they even have any hand reps his size?
Yeah, they much should be able to, like, you know... Almost a big effort now. Give me moments, I think I have to sneeze. What were any of those words? I didn't even know the words of card bang. I had to hit people until they faded. Oh gosh, I'm gonna tell me what's gonna deliver to our expectations. I can't deal with the pressure. You said near the night like the palm of your hand, didn't you? The new bearer of a tale this is magnitude should be able to pen a memorable fight scene all on their own if that's the case. Prove you're worthy of your name, Lynn.
Oh my god, you're right! Yes, this is my moment to shine! Leave it to me!
Yes, good. I shall go and leave it to you to source of nuts and vote you.
Let's see, what would the knight do? Right! He needed a few tips first. So he said, Adder, mine lad, 'tis a dangerous fight that awaits us. But if not in the strength of thy body, I believeth in the strength of thine heart. What would thee sayeth is the greatest feat a fighter should at each moment striveth for?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say, actually. What did you do it? We'll play the voice up there, but that's alright though. Oh well. Not a big deal.
Well, diggity yee-haw, Bard! What a tootin', rootin', mighty fine question that is. Adder nodded thoughtfully to himself and then continued, I reckon that would be...
That'll be honor.
Honor, as expected of a knight, dearest friend. Thou shalt be a rattler then.
Don't tell me this though, no surprise.
Styles, the way our ancestors squareth, whereto dear shalt proveth the might of their horns rather than that of their mind. But hoy, Bard! Yelped Adder. Mine horns are so teeny tiny. Yelf smirked. This is where your strength lieth, mine Adder. There is an advantage to short horns, thou see. No one shalt be able to lock their horns around yours to grapple thee to the ground.
I guess you're point with that, but still, that seems seems. I'm not sure that would work though. That seems a little odd. But I guess we'll have to go with that.
Your advice is ne'er unwise, Yoff. This is why I love you so daringly dearly. Adder, you beautiful boar. Everyone will find out if thou keepeth talking so loud. We mustn't.
And then they go to the side, just start going at it like that.
Let the whole world bask in the warmth of our passion.
She's just totally shipping the two of them, man. She's just like going at her.
Oh, Adder, spout
Okay. Lane, how's that scene going?
It's going!
Adder found himself alone at last. His dearest friend lost the worry ties people surrounding the ring. Veins are starting to pop in his eye, making him hard to see anything except the stag went in front of him. The deer with sharp horns smirking and struck in the haze. He was looking down on Adder. Wasn't the first time someone pitied him and looked at regret it, as Strucker would soon learn. We managed to look left and right, making sure that both fighters knew what they were about to get into. Lifting his hand carefully as he stepped back, and then go shooting with the hand shove. Wait. The towering deer charged towards Adder like the one we've heard. Horns lying ready to slam it in with the full force of Mechadar stampede, but the road didn't move a single muscle. Adder merely waited, silenced all the voices to scream him with the run and die. He'd even assumed the step around his stance. He just waited, closed his eyes, lost the sight of his attempt minimum to betray his nerve. When the time was right, grapple him. Adder opened his arms wide, mentally prepared and ready for the impending attack. Or so he thought. The deer slammed his head into Adder's stomach, near descending to the ground with a single well placed below. But when all seemed lost, Adder managed to stand his ground, rapidly hold on to his foe's horns. Adder's foe smirked. By the time I hear it, realized he had fallen into a trap. His whole body was covered with several arms over the ground. Kira strikes back on a foul move. He would turn Adder to his trainer if the yellow deer had a single bite's worth of meat in his body. And that had been the case to begin with, he would have been able to struggle against his enemy's hold as he flew across the sky. Or at least he would have been sweet enough to come with a different approach to the situation. But for now, that's what it is. Ah, okay. Try again. Let's try this. Let's try win again. We'll wait some more. Realized that there was no such thing as the right time. One has absolutely no idea what to do next. Adder waited and waited, hoping that some divine inspiration will strike him. The only thing struck him was a brick wall as he flew all the way across the alley and right past any chance to ever imagine anything in his life. Okay. Charge! There's no time to hesitate. Both the row and his opponent rushed towards the other hand first, hitting the scream of an ancient instinct that boiled in their bloods. Every voice in the alley fell silent once the deer slammed each other, horns singing a threatening melody that rattled fiercely in a never-ending battle for dominance. Tension the top of the knife as their foreheads pushed against each other, but Ghost and Vice Versa unerring indeed. Much he tried, the bigger deer did not entwine his antlers around Adder's short, straight ones. Now what? The answer was clear, of course. The bird punched the other deer's face would have sent his brain bouncing all over his skull. Would have been an obvious choice, in both deer-sized hands. The honest ruffian. Fiercely considered such low tactics, Harry decided to take the moral high ground. And the physical, too. Tired of his stance, the deer pushed Adder back with swift head movements. Before Adder had a chance to react, his foe slammed his head just below the row's chest. Now called the air out of him and lifting him off the ground with ease. Adder flit his one free arm and legs most violently. There was little he could do in such a compromised position. Worn as he was after trying to uphold his honor as a brave warrior with such a direct approach. And back. I could not tell if there was a sound at Adder's neck or at his teeth as his face declined at full speed, but little did it matter, for nothing more broken in his dreams. Actually, okay. Yeah, that thing over here. After such shameful defeats, the runner decided to take a page from Adder's book literally. She began writing its words as a means to stall her anxieties, trying to understand how she managed to dig herself in such a narrative hole. She had certainly made a mistake somewhere. It was obvious to her prejudice mind that a boy so preoccupied with doing what was good and true and right would probably be willing to do whatever it took to stand victorious and carve space for himself in the annals of history. Wonderful narrator tried to realize that, perhaps, she had misunderstood something about Adder. She could picture no scenario where a well-meaning upstanding street fighter could ever get past her for his first night in the Cider District. A man to be of Ascadaz, true descendant of the Knights, decided to revisit her decision, thinking more deeply about what kind of priorities her ancestors would have. Victory.
Ah, so thou art a brawler, dearest friend. I have indeed taughteth you well. There is no honor in death. If thine horns will not aid you in battle, use those hands the gods gave you. Pummel them to the ground. Thou shalt win this fight and prevail until the next.
Well, this is good that he said that.
But hoy, Bard! Yelped Adder. Mine hands are so bogglingly big! Yuff smirked. All the better to swat their faces away. If they trieth to thrust towards thee with their large horns, thou shalt only need to slap them into the ground. Stand victorious over those who would hurt you, mine Adder.
Okay. And then they switch again, but quietly. Adder found himself alone at last, as Jace found lots of blurry shots beside in the rain. Okay. Yeah, that's proportional, just that too. Yeah, we're going to charge. Still? Oh, still, come on. I was going to establish a Russian and be the smartest choice was not only short or Lynn. Yeah. Wait. And grapple him. Where's the attack? Ah, come on. Besides, they're waiting to live another day. It's from the parents by the Tristan's house. Okay. At this point, though. But there was silence. Then roaring out there and throw some jeers. Trump taking a moment to realize that they're being directed at him. He was trying to pull up his pants best he could, hastily hurling Adder away after his dirty trick. Stolen his foe's belts, Adder fell in his massive hands, but he managed to keep his head over the ground to avoid a shameful defeat after he'd always stooped so low. His foe was distracted, but now. 5 rounds here. Boldened by his spectacular success, Adder lowered his body over his hands like a spring and launched himself to a flying kick. And probably fell on the ground face first, breaking his down to the pavement, because obviously, this is the kind of storyline. She's fine. Alright, time. While aware of the dire situation and the dullness of his pride, Adder decided that he had nothing to lose anymore. He may as well go down in flames. Our protagonist called to his opponent, letting him out as he jumped from hand to hand, making a full out of both. The short deer turned around, red in shame and fury. He swore in rage, charged towards Adder once more. Overlooking the tiny little fact that his pants were still down. Whole alley watched in silence as Adder's foe fell up the strip his sleeves at the ground, blood out and everything. Our protagonist stared blankly ahead as he got up, especially as unreadable as that of the public. It was pretty clear that this was a victory of sorts. Yeah, but no one was saying anything. After a few uncomfortable harumps, Ringmaster scratched the back of his head, looked around vehemently, then proceeded to kindly pull up Drucker's pants for screaming, "Down!" And so, Adder emerged victorious, wanting to fight his own terms. Questionable and messy as they may be, we'll see another day. Wait, so he wins?
Of course he wins. He's the mind, you doof.
Right. Never mind that. Well done, Len.
I'm pretty great, yes.
Yeah, for once it to be a taste, though. Jeez. This you look a lot. Now, what's this front page trying to hide on your back?
Wait, don't!
Oh. So, anyway.
Whoa! I can't believe it! Still alive and kicking! Come on, show me the money, Bard! I want to bite every single coin!
Yeah, she used to totally just wants to see the two of them kiss.
I completely forgot to place the bet.
Gav covered his face with his hands, making a sort of unintelligible noise, albeit shrouded his very sad anguish.
Hey, Big Ed, I want to learn some tips too. I'll buy you dinner.
Hey now, sir! You really think you're gonna steal my manager away, so...
Gav shut out her snout with one hand.
My dear boy, you sure gave it all today, so why don't you go and enjoy what's left of the fair? I have a gig in the tavern later. Money, yes. Don't expect me tonight.
Ah, of course. With that, Gav heard a shoot very confused Adder away. I was taking this water back towards the increasingly empty and silent plaza, unsure where he was headed next. His adventure had been but a brief rush against mediocrity, and now that he was alone, his mind seemed to come from a familiar place. A seething pit in his chest. No, he had no business there. Adder spent enough nights hungry and alone to learn to eat his emotions for dinner. But still, his stomach protested. I didn't know when the next real meal would arrive. He only walked a lot farther to chase those thoughts away. No matter how resilient he was, he eventually got tired of staggering his way back home. Fall asleep in his little corner, dream of sleepless stream, waked up to his drunk Gav crashing in, and head out to work on Annie to get him some food. That's right. He had no doubt in his heart that his boss would come back. What he made such fuss for? He didn't ever miss a single day of working the whole year of he working for her. And anyway, she was way stronger than him. What could he do? He had never used the same grand words or worry like he did. He never had. Spurs citizens and visitors all around him still celebrated this blessed day. Dances and melodies, pictures of gesture from down on the steps when the real take part in. It's just another empty day in the life of Anderson, son of Gerfaz. The rough blast of lucidity made Adder turn his head away from his hooves at last. Tears perked up in his personal and he's trying to make sense that Carol's repeated to singing. Music was deafening all around him, the crowd untraversable. He knew how far he'd walked or how he managed to make some space for himself, but it was obvious now he had stumbled into some sort of performance. A stage with little city Milliken. What a dream. But in one voice in the back of his thoughts told him that he didn't have time to find out what kind of show could attract such a crowd. That was not where he was supposed to be. He knew his gut had been lying to him when he caught sight of a small flickering light coming from a discreet tent around which the crowd seemed to be oddly absent. His eye wouldn't budge away from that curious flame shot in the dark. He sensed his offer, warm and loud. I didn't even consider for 1 second that he had been too hungry to think straight. He ignored the words common sense would have taught him and marched straight into the tent. Dust was still a ways off, but it maybe was a little bit midnight inside. Adder come to darkness desperately, startled by a sudden change in illumination. Sweet, frightful clarity once more. What name of the hot was I thinking? He pondered in breathless silence as his mind started to turn bandits, assassins, and monsters, ready to tear his team in pieces and fashion toothpicks out of his horns for having been so reckless. But he didn't get to fret long as his fears were answered by the birth of a flame in the corner of his sight. It flared through unmeasured force, blinding for a moment. Struggling to gain his vision and fearing that those foes only live in his mind. Foes who wouldn't face him either. But bathed in the light of an orb that's full of fire, shaded in ways that made no sense whatsoever, only a silhouette. A very recognizable silhouette.
Took you long enough.
Oh, she's back? Okay. Of course it was her.
Yeah, it's not a living.
All of a sudden, Adder wished she found abandoned instead. At least would have felt justified to tear the root his feet so firmly to the ground then. The boy remained immobile, eyes fixed on the woman in front of him. Following the million glitters, the necklace hanging from neck fresh all over. Dragging his attention back to the extravagant spread and finally woven silks, so carelessly tousled on her hair. Anderson was never much of an angle boy in his day to day, but when he didn't point the sluice at the end of attempt to pinpoint the line of work her dress revealed. Without revealing a single thing, so I managed to have a complete loss. It was the first question might have been too polite to ask. Had left his throat not taking the care of the issue for him.
Don't just stand there. Take a seat.
I don't know. I've been sitting on my tail all day, and I got places to go, and I don't usually share tents with ladies, and...
Not without on purpose, though, I think. Judging by her later, she wasn't taking no for an answer.
What am I saying? It'd have been mighty ugly of me to reject an invitation.
Added to his ass and sat down on one of the many pills laying around. Tending with crazy, escaping, begging for God's mercy, breaking down and claiming Dave wasn't in fact a horn eater. This suggests that mistake shouldn't be there. Adam's mind was busting ways to get out of that situation. So, of course, whenever his mind was busy, his mouth was free to speak as it pleased.
Hi.
Spoke the voice more akin to that of a fawn as Anderson just bitten the sprout than that of a fully grown deer. I'm Adder.
I'm Anderson, son of Gerfath, the buck who farms the highest hill in my village, Ravina Olis. So, here and there, just about everywhere, folks know me as Adder, of the upper field.
Oh, good. So know that then.
That's nice.
Ain't it? It better be, because it's a lie, ma'am. They call me Long Neck Short Horns, or Adder Shovel Hands, or sometimes even Adder Shoe Face.
Jeez. That's unfortunate, though. A mocking chuckle stabbed Adder's heart. Feeling more self-conscious than he thought he was capable of, held to his hooves and fixed his gaze on the ground, screaming inside it as his face burned.
So it wasn't the contusion after all, huh? You're just like that.
Hey, he's just loud now, so makes sense.
Like what now?
Funny.
Sure. Sure, I guess that kind of helps too.
Funny? Me? Not one bit, ma'am. I ain't got a funny bone in my body. Doc and I ain't never seen worse jokes than Adder scenes. Hold up. Didn't that sound like a poem just now?
Kind of. I mean, yes, that makes sense.
Well, darn. A poem ain't nothing but a dull song, Mr. Bard always says so. I'd hate to bore a fine lady such as yourself, so I better get...
On the contrary, I'm looking forward to your next bout of unsolicited poetry. Would you define any other parts of me as too much?
See your tone. That's part of that. Jazim took her thumbs and outer curve of her left horn, tracing it in slow, deliberate motion.
I don't see what horns got to do with anything here.
I didn't say anything.
I didn't say you said I said it, but I don't want you thinking I'm scared of, want me to say you're pretty again? Because I could just say that. I mean, you're gorgeous, you see? That's no skin off my back.
That is a good point, though, you
So
think?
you really meant my beauty.
Ah, yeah, of course.
Ma'am!
It's okay. Leave your secret with me. I won't tell. After all, everyone thinks the same about Jasif in private.
Really? Okay, fine. I reckon I'm thinking that maybe Jasif thought a bit too highly about Jasif, as if she used Jasif for talking about Jasif. Hello! Oh, we got high tide, you know? Hello, hello. One second. Boom. Here for that. Well, hey, welcome in. How we doing? Let's sit and meet that there. How's it over here? It's been doing good. We've been having had a fun time just playing some television novel. Actually, they've had a bit of a chill time though, so I can't complain. But yeah, I'm going to straight note. Thank you for Lorraine. Thank you for bringing you over here. Let's see what we're doing. You're doing the headlines. Okay, I've been meaning to like check that out though. Yeah, as I said, I've seen some people playing that though. I haven't really like seen. Everybody's seen like any gameplay of it though, but it seems fun though, actually. Okay. But yeah, anyway. Welcome everybody. For those who are new here. Hi, my name's Scoop. I'm a right-to-me writer streamer. Let's build RPGs, visual games, visual novels, like that's what we're doing today. But tonight we are playing. This is a game that this game is called the Hayseed Knight. It's basically a visual novel. It's kind of like it's not really like the dating sim. It's more like it's more like the it's telling a straight story, but there's like romance involved. And then, to be honest, like part of the reason I'm doing this is because apparently there is some LGBT representation in this game, and considering it is Pride Month, it kind of does fit the theme. But apparently, like the dating part isn't with the vote. It's just part of it. So they tell like it's kind of more like the comedic, kind of like a story-based visual novel, probably. That's like the best way to describe it, though. Honestly, it's like I've seen some people seen somebody used to watch streamed ones like years ago, like but was still like at an early state, but it is a lot of though, so we're checking it out to see what it's like now. But it's still fun though. But yeah, anyway, yeah, yeah. So if you need a person there, by all means do what you do. Then we'll make sure to keep it being nice and comfortable, as safe, all that. But yeah, let's get back to it. Alright. And whoop. There we go, back. But yeah, it's an interesting source so far, though. The thing with the I enjoyed. So, yeah. It's a nice chill time, though. Take a seat. Just like just enjoy this. But he made a point not to say it out loud, since the situation was already bad enough as it was.
I'll take your word for it, man.
The thing for most of this is also voice acted outside of the narrative stuff. So it's really like the breaks out to prepare like other visual novels. Honestly, a deep silence-filled tent. Atticus is lacking his good manners. He wanted to run away and hide, fearing otherwise he could have made a big mistake. Kind of mistake that would get him called a horny eater for the rest of his life.
Well then, it was sure nice to see you again, but...
Would you like to know your fortune?
Adder turned his heel just to find out if our was indeed true. There was nothing I'm sure to lie in her words nor in her eyes.
Whoa! You're one of those gazelle fortune tellers? For real?
For real? Let's just say it looked rather different back in Adder's town.
Well, slap my head and call me silly. I got you pegged all wrong, man. Darn right I'd love to hear it. Oh, hold up. I lost my bag of coins. I ain't got a single dollar on me, so...
Something fell into the ground right beside Adder's foot.
My bag?
You dropped it right after you crashed the first time. I meant to give it back, but since you were so bent on running through that wall...
They kept going. This is just actually ran to the wall a bit.
You didn't steal from it, did you?
That's what it's meant though, still.
Steal what? It's just filled with rivets.
Aha! That means you opened it!
So much for wanting to see you again.
Yeah, that's how it goes, man. How it goes.
That was all. You can go now if you want.
I thought that would have hurt Adder if he listened to her words. What am I doing? He thought to himself, finding the inside of his cheek. The memory of thief would have returned his back, as sad as that was. Another person had ever gone so far for him. And so he sat down once more, looking at the finally particularly dressed one in front of him, with a mix of embarrassment, naivety, and just plain fear.
I don't suppose you accept rivets as payment.
That would depend on what you're paying for.
Her tone. It's always her tone. Like she's just hitting constantly. Jesus.
Getting my fortune told?
Fine, I'll do it.
Just keep them.
Josine rested her arms over a crystal orb, leaning closer to Adder.
All right! Can you look into the ball thing and tell me how my mom and pa are doing? Did any of my little bros get married yet?
That's cute. But it's a reading glass, not a magic mirror.
Right. How about the weather? Can you give them good harvests?
That's not how things work.
Take your prayers to the temple.
Oh, darn, that won't do either. Alrighty then, how about me? What do you see in this buck's future?
This is around to keep it something simple now, it's not a surprise. So let's deal with it.
Your future? Why would you want to know anything about that? Life would be boring if you knew it waits around every corner.
Well, I mean, if you always like to give a clue that there's something worth it.
I'll read your past and justify your present.
But I already know those things.
I don't.
Adder was quite sudden asking what she meant, but his brain shut down operationally as the girl so casually decided to shuffle closer to him. A little later now, on the shoulders about to keep weighing her down.
For example, we could talk about why you did what you did for me then, and figure out what I could do to return the favor now.
Oh my. Her blue eyes spoke like an assuming whisper. Her fingers walked over the cobblestone ground and headed towards Adder's own hands as her face got ever so close.
I gotta insist, ma'am, that you definitely got the wrong bucket. But even if I ever did anything nice for you in my life, a simple thanks is more than enough payment.
Well, same thing for that though, but still, who knows?
I guess you could use a reminder too.
The soothsayer made no attempt to seal her disappointment, much like no one ever made any attempt to explain to her what coming down to strong means. With the apparent tedium, she grabbed Crystal Orb and put it right between her face and Adder's. This time she had no more pretensions than really watching them.
Oh fire, tell me the secrets in the... Yada yada, stuff in Bazaktet. I don't feel like switching languages now.
Okay. When it's not totally fair though, I guess shouldn't. Explaining that professionals that made Adder feel for once at ease. After all, what should we do if we was in front of a Sephi, one of those heinous barhead wizards from Perfect in Time? Cry? Beg? Try to escape? Wait, those are things he already thought of doing. As Adder was considering the subtle differences and the fears he felt when talking to a girl, and imagining being burnt crisp by a witch, she watched him. And she kept watching. And then she watched some more. Gazelle looked at her head from behind the glass as she squinted her eyes at the fine lines. Whatever she was looking for, she couldn't find, but she saw that bundle her once more, hoping to reach some kind of conclusion. Focused such intensity that her eyebrows could have split her forehead in two, she wouldn't have noticed. The zebra brushed her mouth to one side, We don't notice it open her eyes so wide ahead that Anna couldn't help but laugh.
Shush. It's easier with two.
She mumbled the last part to herself, but Anna was sure that she said eyes.
Oh, what's that? You ain't never done it with a one-eyed deer before?
Yeah, I mean, there was much you can do about those still. Anna pressed herself together like one to make him disappear. To see if Anna rose an eyebrow. Just a little look at that. See the way it's just like little butt there? Just the little tongue. I always love it does that. His accent on any window made him begin shaking from horns to whoos once more.
Screw this.
She pushed her over with an exasperated sigh. Before Anna knew what was going on, his face was in her hands and her face went in front of his.
I need to find out if it was you after all. Stay still.
A drum beat in his ears. That was Anna's heartbeat as she stared at him so intently. There was a lump in his throat. He did his best not to tremble. His eyes began feeling heavy. He was trying to hold her gaze. She was muttering something. Words about his past. But her voice became obscured by the noise of the bells. Crackling the fire, the sound of her own eyelashes batting against each other.
It's really too sodding late to be dealing with pests like you. And yet, here we are, wasting my time and yours.
And mine too, apparently, because unfortunately we had to definitely don't ad break those. But so yeah, we're gonna take a small break here. I'll switch over to the flip screen and you know, that's make sure to get up in the stretch. It gets water. It's a second V2, and we'll be back in a few minutes. See you at. I think at least we'll probably be able to deal with the clues here like once we oh okay okay, let's try to do that. Hang on. Let's see if we can do this again. Come on, we can do this. Ah, beautiful. Okay, what the hell? What the hell? What the hell was that? Okay, seriously, somebody come that. Somebody should look that. That was amazing. How did that even work, though? Oh my god. Oh, holy crap, dude. Oh. God, that was insane. I didn't even flip like that. Oh, Jesus. And jump. And jump. My method. Oh, come on. Jump and throw. There we go. Nice. God. Oh, that was a hole. That was a hole. How did I not see that? We got it ready. Wait, never mind. There's... You... Wow. Congratulations, you got stuck in geometry. You'll love that. How the hell did that happen? Wow. That's just good on you, man. This year's show. Oh my god. We did it! We did it, my god. Oh, this is insane. This is so insane. Oh. Oh my god. Yes. Thank you, Shimmery. My god, man. We did it. 1K, everybody, 1K. We got it. Let's go. Oh, what? Oh, okay. Ah, no, no, get out, get out, get out, get out. No, 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 get out. No. It's ready to be soon. Then we can probably, you know, do whatever you want. Oh, oh my god, why did you do that? Oh, wow. Wow. That was beautiful. Man. Let's shoot with the right gun this time.
Oh, Sybil.
What is that?
Don't worry, this won't hurt a bit.
But it will make you cry.
Wait. So I'll shoot him. Alright. That's bad, dude.
Hey! What's that supposed to...
Adder's complaints vanish at spear points. Two guards outpost the gazelle, one old and complacent, and one young, eager and inches away from stabbing his nose.
Just who do you think you are?
Who do you think I am?
That was Joseph's voice. I'm much trying to find her, Adder couldn't see her. In fact, she couldn't even move at all.
What? Ugh, I won't fall for your bar and mind tricks, gazelle. I don't care if you're Jaseed or a Jasood. Only nobles are allowed to walk the royal pathway. No exceptions.
Adder felt a lump in his throat as he looked over the railing and said he was leaning against.
I don't suppose you expect me to jump off the bridge.
They weren't be that far down, though, so it'd probably be nice to stay for it. So, hey. The young guard opens his mouth to reply, but it's part of his kind of line.
Can't you see that you're scaring her, you dimwit? Take a step back!
What? But she's trespassing.
The young guard got smacked in the head for his efforts.
Settle down, boy! You forgot to clean your ears this morning or what? She said she's Jaseed. Jaseed! This girl's far more than nobility, see? She's a queen.
Yes, queen? I mean... Yes. Yes, queen? Sure.
Queen of the desert rose, no less. Now that's what I call a fancy title.
That would make sense, though, actually. That was the case. I love
Call
that.
it whatever you please. It won't change the fact I am the one and only Jasif, and you are a dear with good taste. You must have heard my name in 100 whispers. So, just imagine how terribly worried Miss Rochelle will be if her favorite girl doesn't make it home before dawn.
Oh, that's good, like, something like that. That's good.
Liar! There's no way the Desert Rose would have someone like you! Your kin shouldn't even be outside after curfew!
My kin? You mean gazelles who could buy your whole street?
So much for the open-minded youth. Forgive this fool, your majesty. He's so uptight I think he sat on his spear. I'm sure you know his kin. A fawn like him wouldn't know royalty if it spat in his face.
I mean, you think that would be like the opposite way around, with the older person be the uptight one, but I guess that's not, you know.
He's got a point, though. Any gazelle could sneak up here and say she's a queen because she's the daughter of a goat with a bald spot on her head. You understand, right? We can't just take your word for it. Nothing personal, of course, it's just common sense.
Fair. Fair, I guess you.
Here's a thought. Why don't you sway us with a little dance? I'm sure that Jasif would do anything for her subjects.
What are you saying, you numbskull? We're on duty, and she's not even a... Ugh, three's sake! We should just drag her to the dungeon and end this nonsense!
Ouch, that was pretty much something there, jeez.
Ring 2280 is now following.
Thank you for the following. Welcome in thank you for wanting to come around. Appreciate it.
Yeah, spare me the lecture, kid. Hey, do one of those bar and dance things. That'll shut him right up. You know, the one with the fire and the bells and the...
The old guard clapped his chest and pretended to dance as he cackled, much to the revulsion of everyone involved. Yeah, they have a good time though. This is a pretty chill stream tonight. We're just doing a little visual novel here. Also, kind of ish fits the theme of Pride Month. You know, but as I've heard this game does have some LGBT representation in it. Adam could feel the tip of his tongue scraping against his teeth. Far smaller and more well-aligned than he remembered them being. The picture's gone unworldly thin.
I could dance for you, if you don't mind having an early cremation.
Huh? Was that a threat just now?
Not at all. I'm just pointing out that I'm not dressed for the occasion.
That there was such like too hot for this. Oh God.
It would be a pity if your face was to catch fire and your skin burst into flames, turning your bones to charcoal inside your blazing corpse while your ashes moldered up here.
Wow. Okay. Just bad.
Just because I didn't have a fireproof shirt.
Oh. Okay, I just think that makes sense though, but still, it's very weird.
Right. Well, it doesn't look like you have any other way to prove your words, Your Majesty.
I mean, unless you have a shirt in me, that will make it work.
I suppose I don't, but I bet my good friend Illigrab could find a way to prove them for me.
And walk you all the way across the city on the off chance we find that fidget arse of a tree sitting at his desk? We don't get paid that much, little lady.
I was kind of ashamed though, but hey, that's what you do. A victorious smile across Adder's face, and opening at last.
I understand now. A discount isn't even remotely enough to cover the entrance cost of the Desert Rose on a poor, hard-working guard's salary. And that's not even adding the price of my performances.
Well, geez, it's not too much of that. The old guard's eyes shut open as he felt a few coins slip into his hand.
Don't worry. I'm sure there's some places down the street that are better suited to your taste.
He remained transfixed by the money a moment longer until something seemed like in his head all of a sudden.
Who do you take me for, scamp? We are honor-bound city guards. We won't get buffed by the likes of you.
I also take the money, but we're still gonna arrest you.
What? Come on! This was more than enough last time. Why isn't it working now?
The guards didn't react to that sentence at all. It's like they hadn't even heard her when Jesse's voice sounded loud and clear in Adder's ears. Although there was, as far as look into this guy here, it's like he took a Fu Manchu and just like sheared off like half the mustache part. That thought passed as soon as it came. With anxious looks, the gold guards to recognize partner became the new focus of Adder's attention. The moment locked eyes, the instant looking for became evidence.
Of course. I should have noticed sooner. He's a new recruit, isn't he? Look at him. So eager and uptight. So focused on proving his worth to the captain. So predictable. You couldn't possibly trust someone like him with a bribe. He's too different from your old partner.
The Duff's little nose too. Like the whole time I was talking, I was like kind of staring at it. It's like you just wanted to poop all of a sudden, man.
But you couldn't trust that one either, could you? No, he knew too much. And he wasn't half as jaded as you are. His heart wasn't really in it.
Okay.
You had a feeling he would end up going after you. So, you sold him out first. That's why he's here.
She's being smart about it though. Okay. Okay, so we're with this.
How did you...
What? So she's telling the truth? You take bribes?
No, well, maybe if it's enough. I mean, come on. It's just a goddamned bridge. What's it matter if we let rich people in at this point? They're no different from nobles. But I swear, I've never gotten money from this. No, I never even seen this. Gazelle?
I'm pretty sure he probably has at this point, though, but what was the idea, though? The Taurus fixed turned into a deep lyrical scowl. Left beyond confused. Lost. The song was reaching its final notes.
Aw, looks like your friend has a bad case of guilty conscience. That's okay. I'm no one to judge. Just let me go this time. I promise I'll be a good girl and head straight home. You won't even know I've been here.
Adder started to walk, a little spring in the step, something they barely recognized his tail behind him. He felt about the moon, drunk from his power trip, but he was far from safe still. A strong hand clasped Adder's wrist tightly, told him all he needed to know. That his body wasn't his body, and his mind was his mind.
But who else could it have been? You are the Jesse, aren't you? You really could buy this whole street if you wanted.
Probably.
It was you! It was you all along! What did you do to me?
I only gave you money.
You gave me cursed money! No! You cast a spell on me!
What in the world are you rambling about now? You sound like a madman!
He has points. It seems very weird, honestly.
Yeah,
So.
that's right. I have gone mad. It's not my fault. I'm not really a crook. She's a Sephi. She must have turned me to do all those bad things. We're on to you, witch. Confess!
Every last fiber of her body was screaming her to run. Just seemed that each and every corner of the road pathway, and she could just hit it somewhere or ran 2 guards wearing heavy armor. It was the correct option. It was obvious to her. But that was not the choice she made. She pulled close to him and moved the smart towards his ear instead.
I wouldn't waste any magic on you.
There was any trace of fear in Jesse's mind as the guard grabbed her collar and pushed her against the railing. Not a speck of resignation. It wasn't bravery either. It was nothing but anticipation. Edward didn't know the name of the eerie warmth that was creeping on through his chest as he watched the tip of his spear turn towards him in slow motion. He never felt like this was so peaceful and thrilling before. But to her, this lost battle seems to work as much as a victory. After all, she'd been playing with fire her whole life. Getting burned was the eventuality she'd been ready to accept for years. She was tired of making choices. Fraction of a second before the end of her life-through sentence, a scream shook the night.
Get your mitts off her, you creep!
Everyone turned around and looked at the idiot yell on the way down the ground.
Think you can just bother her last because she looks good enough for second helpings and then dessert? Well, you can't, alright?
Now that is like a design for a no down there. It looks very stocky also compared to like his normal drawing.
That's radish stew, and you'd make your mom cry if they knew. Let her go!
And her head must certainly gone crazy.
What the? Oh, get lost, Sanford! This is official city business. It's got nothing to do with you.
I doubt that, but we'll just have to go with that, man.
City business, my ass! You're holding a gal up against the wall. I ain't got nothing to do with it, but it's still got everything to do with me. If it's so official, I'm gonna scream till the whole city wakes up and sees this.
No, you're not. Do something, rookie. Get rid of that drunkard.
What, you want me to throw my spear at some poor horn eater now?
Is it kind of messing with that though? Do we get down there now?
Who are you calling a horn eater? Just hold up there.
Adder, the punchy version of Adder, that is, wasn't concerned with matters such as like grace, agility, or strength. Moved by a sense of justice, we didn't plan on calling the led to the royal pathway. The course senior made it.
Hey! Are you still alive? Horn eater!
Aw, poor kid. We can't just leave him to die all on his own. Guess he'll be jumping off the bridge yet, witch.
Wow, okay. Puzzling the scene was, Joseph realized that she'd have another second to lose. With the guard's hands still falling right on her collar and pushing her back, Joseph threw her weight on one leg, using her tail's leverage to complete a practical spin, and with her knees sinking deep into the deer's legs. He mainly trapped to the ground, but it was quite enough to knock him out.
You little.
Just eating in the nuts. Oh god, that's awful.
That's enough. Let's go.
But she kicked me.
And she's a witch. She's...
I have no clue what this gazelle is or what she's not, but I can tell just fine what you are. I'm not leaving you another second with her. Get that old ass back to the barracks or I'm telling Illigrab what you just did!
Okay, fine. It was the old girl's turn to go pale. He lowered his helmet and began limping in her direction. The inner guard, however, stood in front for a moment longer.
You, go home and don't let me catch you up here again.
To see finally allowed herself to breathe easy again once both guards disappeared from sight. Pride for her lungs faster than air.
Good riddance.
She wasn't quite out of the woods yet, but she decided to savor this victory. A moment of peace, which Jacisse took to look over the ruins with one last time. Her would-be savior and Ellie unconscious on the ground after hitting his head during the fall. And despite how miserable the scene was, Ellie could feel a smile form on her face. He finally understood that, crazy or not, he was seeing what she was seeing, or she saw it.
Did I scare him good?
Huh? You're awake? How in the name of oblivion can you be conscious after a fall like that? You must be at least 5 stories high. Are we even trying to...
Oh, that surprised me. She's fine with a job like that, though. That's something.
No. That doesn't matter now. Are you hurt? Should I call a doctor?
Are you alright, ma'am?
No. No, I'm not hurt. Yes, that was nothing. I'm fine, thank you.
Wow, man. Wow.
And that's all this book needs to feel fit as a fiddle.
Now I can pass on. Bleh.
What? No, I'm rather certain that's not how bodies work.
I mean, it seems like way different than other bodies, though, so I'm telling you, surprised in this case.
Oh, no, ma'am. You're thinking normal, dear. I'm something else entirely.
Drunk is what you must be.
Perfect case, though, so, you know.
I sure hope not. It'd be a real shame if some barrel fever ruined the memory.
Oops. Sorry. Actually, the perfect did the same anyway, so let's don't do that. Might as well.
It wouldn't make much of a difference either way.
What was that, ma'am?
Cad! You are a cad! Seems like a good time to be flirting to you.
Yeah, for like 2 different levels, too. Especially when it's like the... Not too well. So, yeah. A distant yell bounced through the columns. Near said Jace's heart straight over her chest.
Don't know about flirting, but it sure looks like a good time to get walking.
Then get up and walk! I can't just leave you to your fate now!
No, you ain't. You ain't leaving no one, ma'am. Slum dwellers like me come a door a dozen. I'll just play dead for a while and see if I can spend the night in the morgue.
Oh, yeah, it's a place to stay, though, so that helps. More patrols were surely drawing close to about a minute. They managed to make a choice. Pronto.
This doesn't end here, understood? I will make it up to you somehow, so don't you dare die until then. Promise you won't forget it.
Whoa, wait, hold up. Who am I supposed to look for? I didn't even catch your...
Neither Anna understood why she chose to run then, but she ran. She ran before the pitiful buck lying on the ground to finish voicing his request. She hadn't heard him. God, he stopped right-clicking. But the answer she didn't give, questions he couldn't ask, lingered a little longer in the space between old hopes and delusions. A sight that Anna found too engrossing to realize he was being left behind. Now, the gazelle's far out of his reach, and with every step, he felt her slipping away from his grasp a little further. He tried to keep up, but his legs wouldn't respond if it wasn't to her command. He tried to breathe, but he wasn't the master of his own lungs. His sight went dark and his ears turned deaf. Violent toward the forward thoughts clobbered his brain and his mind was all back to another. And as suddenly as he had left, he found himself, one-eyed, famished, and back in the tent. Indeed, this had to be him. Sick gazelle still breathed over his snout, blue eyes fixed on him with intensity of burning sun. But who cares about having the greatest beauty they've seen in their life all over their body? Not now anymore, no. A million questions filled his mind. Was that the real life? Was it just fantasy? Where did his memories slip into the main cracks in his flawed skull? Or has starvation finally started to take a toll upon his very brain? As usual the case, however, Sis refused to wait for a finished script. Raced past Adder's mind, offering an answer to the old question he had never been asked.
Sam?
His words, so short and unassuming, seemed to become something a girl that Adder was almost too dazed to recognize. Couldn't tell yet why her ears perked up, or why his gaze was simply drawn to her horns and the beautiful massive red launch she was just pulling behind them. This concern washed away all I could see from her expression, took away all the mesmerizing superiority from her eyes. Yet she looked honestly and utterly tiny for a moment. Stared.
Where did you hear that?
Where did I... Oh! Ma'am, you're okay! You're gonna think I'm crazy, but I heard you say it just now. But not now. It was a long time ago. I was under Hirup's statue. I mean, you were, but I was you and not me because I was trying to save you, but I fell on my face and those guards laughed at me and, just how the hell did I forget any of this? Why can't I remember?
That is a good question, actually, nothing but.
You're a gaze reader.
Anger could like a wave as shot disappeared.
Why didn't you say so? Get away from me!
The firing orb began flickering erratically, casting disturbing shadows over the tent.
Whoa, what's going on? What in the name of Atsa did I do now? Was I supposed to say something? Thank you. That the magic word?
Do you seriously expect me to believe that you...
Hold on. Simp? It was Simp, wasn't it? Oh crap, I just went and cussed a lady out in Gazelle speak, didn't I?
Oops. I mentioned that was the case though, they've been being kind of that crazy. Showtime with skepticism or asking with a better concealed anger. She was turning sizing him up.
No. You really don't have a clue of what you just did, do you?
I don't know what she said I spent though, but yeah, it happens.
Ma'am, if I ever got a clue in my life, it wasn't today. I'm just glad you're alright and that guard is in the dungeon or dead or something.
Her expression relaxed just a little as she considered Adder's words. Our poor boy had been through more than enough trying to get some air to his lungs.
Then you're telling me that you're a natural gaze reader? Do you even understand what this means?
No? I'm not sure. We'll just have to figure out, I guess, for later.
Do I have to say yes or no to get out of here alive?
Adder's pretty sure he'd made a procuratorial question in regards to his survival. This is no joking matter, but he was thankful all the same when a small chuckle erased all the tension from Gazelle's face. He felt less confused about this whole ordeal, however.
Think of it this way. I tried to sneak a glance into your past through a tiny keyhole, while you just barged into mine through a door I didn't bother closing. That's on me, yes. I didn't even consider for a second I'd need to keep my guard up around you. But to casually stumble upon the basics of Cepheid, just like that, innately, it's something unheard of among the Akain.
That's definitely with the way I think of it, though, seems like.
Yeah?
I guess it's true what they say about Yellow Deer. You must have Barhan blood.
I never remember to speed his last affirmation. Road. Oh.
Kamigeno is now following.
Oh, thanks for Tommy. Welcome back. Thank you for following us there. Oh, you did? Okay, that's right. That's alright. Enjoy your lurk. Oh, it's perfect time anyway, considering the fact that we're doing a visual novel, so there's not much to it. So, happens. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, it's. I always think that kind of worse at times that I may. Well, I've seen a couple times whenever I actually have my mouse over the follow button, the word and mess doing to actually hit it. So that's why I usually, whenever my mouse goes to sleep, I usually like to work first before I life flick, just to make sure that it's on. But anyway. Roe deer took pride in being a real deer. No gazelle blood at all. Nope. 100% deer with those who don't have horns, but let's turn out the moment in order to say that.
In Cyrnar, please.
You read my mind.
Say what? I think I'm not the funny one here, Missy.
The gazelle seemed way too amused with this development.
No, it makes so much sense. I was wondering why you spent so much time looking at my face. Hear me out. I'm sure you've always been really good at getting people's feelings.
That's just how it does, though. You know.
But not smart enough to actually understand them. You're like some kind of savant hick. That's hilarious.
It's like everything's just tells about an accent with them, though. That makes sense. With the find over Adder's snout, that was quite enough.
My name is Adder, not Hick, Miss Sep. Now why'd you go hiding such a cute little name, I wonder?
Her face went back to being a little more than the potential of grandeur, but she held the fire close to her. She looked all different from a child hugging her blanket, soothed by the rhythm of the bell she wore.
It's just a stupid nickname someone gave me. I hadn't heard it in years. They call me Jasif now.
Jasif. As that Secretary well said, that was no average name. Much less for a barman.
Ain't that something like Queen in Gazelle speak?
Bazaktet. And yes, that's a valid translation. Do you have any qualms about it?
For him, maybe not, but it's, it's hard to kind of say. I did not have any qualms per se, nor anyone to deal with that word meant to begin with, but it certainly had opinions on her supposed royalty. No, my queen.
No. That's cool, Yasif. Did I say that right? I mean, if you need people calling you Queen to be happy.
I don't need to be called anything to.
Okay. I didn't see anything with that, but he suddenly just say something rude all the same. She didn't finish the sentence, deciding instead to just look away.
Are you alright?
She turned her face sharply towards his. There's something different with the way she was looking at him.
Adder, right?
That's me.
Took Andrew's heart and bowed his head as an instinctive greeting. Instantly she had clashed his sword against hers. He was surprised to find out that somehow that was a lot less gross than he thought it'd be. He didn't know how to feel about this appreciation.
Didn't you want to know your future? Then listen closely.
She put her mouth next to his ear and whispered,
You're coming with me tonight.
Oh my. Oh my. That seems a little forward there, honestly.
Where?
You really are one of a kind. Come to the Desert Rose when the lights are all out. My room is on the first floor, but climbing there should be easier than climbing the bridge at the very least.
Oh yeah, let's go at least. Jeez.
Wait, climb? Room? There you go saying weird stuff again. I'm not a thief, and I'm not a hoarding...
Without previous warning, the fire in the room extinguished, leaving the room in total darkness. Adder didn't even have time to feel alarmed. He felt her hands on the back of his head, and next he knew her lips were over his. His mind shut out completely.
See you later.
He couldn't even stop to consider how he felt about that before the kiss was over. But his mind still in a daze, he got up and turned around to leave. For a few moments, he stood up further outside the tent, really appreciating the cold dust breeze on his fur. By the time his thoughts began making any sense, it was already running at full speed, crying just suddenly about the realization that it was, in fact, a horn eater. One second break here. I want to review what you've written so far.
What, you don't trust my writing skills?
No, obviously. Also, that achievement was for completion after 1. So we got about, I think this time was like either 4 or 5 chapters in the story. It really does.
So, Adder was a gaze reader, just like me.
Yes.
And he really was intercepted in the end, which explains a few things.
A few.
If Adder and Girlf had an unlikely yet alluring, brief, intense romantic involvement, how would it have been called? Gitter? Adder?
She is, like, still on that, man. Pandering.
Then I guess the only question I've got left is this going anywhere at all?
I mean, I'm sure it's going to probably be more into, bringing together Adder and Girlf, but, that happens. Huh? What do you mean? Learned a lot about your beloved Night Tower already, haven't you?
Yeah, sure. Don't take me wrong. I like your take on the story so far. I just can't figure out how any of this leads to him becoming a knight, much less the knight.
Patience, little Nash Gab. All should be revealed.
Like your major crush on Seth?
What?
You can put all the words you want in it. I know an obsession when I see one.
Dude, go trash check then.
I'm gonna go back and count how many times you've mentioned her butt.
Ow. No, I just... That's it. Now another word about her.
What? Boo! This is a biased recount. I'm calling Radish Stew on this.
I never thought to be objective, you tiny insurgents. It's my story and I'll share it however I see fit.
Unbelievable! You are silencing the very true champion! Whatever shall become of Adder's story if you bear witness of the booty?
Hi, Samson. Hello. Hello, everybody. Hello, Samson. How are we doing? Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? What are you up to? If you had a good time. I don't know, and while I was still in chat, mind you give him a shout out. I would appreciate it. Otherwise, I'd mind do myself, I finished all night? Oh, awesome. Was it just him? No. I think I figured that also part of the list was like, a multiple for that. Which was that much in that game. Not surprised. But that happens to I bet. But yeah, anyway, let's, here, I'll do one myself. There we go. Yeah, the Legend of Time, though, is good then. That's out of the way. No problem, no problem. Duh. Oh, it's adorable though. That's like... But anyway, welcome everybody. For those of you who are new here, my name is Scoop. I'm a record VTuber, writer streamer. You usually attempt to do it to mix like both PH YouTube and then 3 as well. Also, I cute. Just to clarify. Even though the part didn't hear that one, the fact that I kind of had the this body muted, but that's fine. But it's alright. But yeah, anyway. Oh yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I gotcha. But yeah. I do a lot of RPGs, mentioning visual novels, a lot of things like that. And tonight, we are playing a game called the Hayseed Knight. This is a visual novel. It's basically like a story about how thank you for the followers, Blenders. Welcome in. But yeah, it's basically a story about how, like there's like a deer called Adder with basically like actually stumbling into one of the most vulnerable knights in all of Resistance. It's kind of like a comedic visual novel with some romance in it. From what I've heard, apparently there's some like LGBT representation, so that's kind of why I decided to play now. Serious social occasion being Parliament and all, so didn't play for a while. It's been a lot of fun. I've been enjoying it though. But yeah. So if you need to do pressure care, you know, get some of these, some drink to whatever you do. You know, feel free. We'll make sure to keep your community nice and safe and all that. But thank you for coming on by, and let's get back to it. Back to it. Oh. Oh. Alright. I'm back. Cool. Alright. There are more characters in the story, you know.
Were you in love with them too? Okay, I'll take that as yes.
So. You know, looking back on it, there is someone I should have loved more. Honestly, she was a bit rough from the edges, and she wasn't always easy to be around. But the word from persevering by her side was the wavering loyalty of an iron-hearted friend.
Sounds like a nice girl.
Oh no, she was horrible and I hate her.
What?
Chapter 2.
Hey! If it ain't my little boss. How you doing, Aina? Having a mighty fine day?
Ain't left him a little stack to be seen him on the rooftops. The sun wasn't even out yet.
I know what you're thinking. Why is this fine buck loitering around the temple so early?
I think this is where the all new stuff for me too. Because I think there's for those of you who do just the man from both the raids. Is that I did see the like earlier version of this game like years ago, like around 2020, 2021, I believe. It's been busy. I remember watching somebody else stream it. As I think it was only chapter 1 they had available. I think it's the only one I remember seeing like back then.
Well, none of that. You had me so worried. So worried that I just had to come down and check up on you. And sure enough, here you are. And here I am. First again. Yep, I'm just killing it tonight.
This late night too, that seems a little odd, but yeah. First conscious people act especially, that's for sure, but of course, Annie can say a word about it. She singled out her to follow her into the forge since she was already there. Work didn't have to start early.
Rivet here, rivet there. And this weird one's going to my rivet collection.
Work the forge went something like this. Annie worked on crafts and then she gave Ada whatever menial task she would feel useful.
What's that, boss? You need me on the bellows? Sure thing. Let me just finish pounding over here and I'll come in a sec.
Okay, this probably fine then. She didn't have any proper accreditation that named her Smith, so she wasn't technically her friends either. But it didn't matter to either of them. No, that didn't matter at all.
You sure that fire ain't hot enough yet?
All that mattered was that the fateful erasure on Ada's nose. Something only she could have picked beneath the stench of ashes smoke permanently attached to Ada's fur. As he goes shirtless. So, bye.
Boss, you can stop shoveling coal now. I ain't gonna take any more of my clothes off.
Okay. For sure, don't have to do that far with that though. It does seem a little much. Well, it's just the way he smelled, the way he carried himself. Something different than added that day. Something changed. You can feel it.
Hey, boss. If you're all done staring at me, I'm gonna get back to work. Those shields won't rivet themselves.
Oops. After hours upon hours of hard work, I guess it was time for a break. Lunchtime. My struggle time was the day for both Ada and Ana. Not that either were under any real stress, mind you, but the predictability of lunchtime itself helped ease Ana's turbulent temperament and Ada's talkative stomach.
What have we got in store today, boss? Is it tater time? Is it tater time yet?
I can go for tater though, that'd be fun. Ada had launched this dump this short period away from the forge as potato time, just as the menu of Shay Ana. Today was double potato time, since you forgot to give us the food the day before.
Look at them taters! They're so tiny and cute! Oh boy, they look so freshly dug out, one of them still got dirt on it! Not a problem, boss. They're just... Ugh.
I think the sound to Ada sound.
Did these things always taste like this?
Ada tried his very best not to look absolutely disgusted as he turned the tiny so tiny round potatoes into puree with his pestle-like teeth.
Ah, what a wonderful scene! My favorite furry potato and temple turnip sharing a meal after their heartfelt reunion.
Furry potato, that's the way to describe it. Even grabbing the snow's face appeared next to the window. Ada for once didn't scream and panicked.
You don't look so good, Ada. Don't tell me you stayed up all night looking for your sweetheart.
Good old Legrab. Sleep is for bucks that ain't got a lady waiting for 'em.
There's no need to be so dramatic, lover boy. Ana's a grown-up. She knows when she wants some space. And it's your duty as an upstanding citizen to respect the wishes of a lady.
That is a fair point, though, what do you think?
Or else.
Oh.
Your bribe is ready, you upstanding lubberwort!
Fine! It's a fine, not a bribe.
Ada cast his gaze down as Ugrab walked away, leaving him alone before Ana's judgment. Or he would have been judged if Ana had soon 20 shades of red and began to keep a rational thought, after Ada failed to deny that she was his sweetheart.
Hey, boss. I gotta get early today. I need to get back my, Goff's hat from the tavern. You know what they say, the hat makes the stag, and he ain't no one without it.
Yeah, it's always just like the differentiate between like the other stags. But
why can't he go get it like a grown-up? Well, that's cause he broke his leg. Gosh, no, it ain't broke, no ma'am. That dumbass just went and twisted his hoof the wrong way. Yep.
Wow.
Okay, bye, see you tomorrow.
Ada right away, but it was something that sounded very much like the prayers himself. One strange day was it to be afraid of? His apprentice had plenty of strange days in 1 year.
These are some lovely taters, boss. Perfect potatoes. But I couldn't fit one more bite in my tummy if I tried. No, ma'am.
It's like you could, boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew, probably. One of those.
I'm just gonna take these home and stuff my face in front of Goff later. I ain't sharing a single one with him. Nope. No way I'm giving all them taters to him or anything. Yep.
Ana's more than happy to collaborate on any plan that involved making life harder for the contestant the worst part in Ilium. But the strange days passed, and they kept passing.
And that's when I told the king, bite me. You should have seen my father's face. His leaves dried right up. I spent a whole moon literally grounded.
What do you mean you don't remember who broke into the warehouse?
I don't know, Master. It's like the memory had vanished from my mind.
Did you even see who that was then? That's the wonder about.
I'm gonna vanish you from existence!
Both deer began clashing horns while Adder and Ilgrab stared at the scene.
Can you believe that?
I know! Can't deer go 10 minutes without starting a fight? No offense, kiddo.
No, I mean, can you believe he forgot someone that important just like that? Can people really forget?
Yeah, it's just how it goes, man.
Sorry, Adder, I don't have time to get into philosophical debates. Those two have just earned themselves a free ride to the dungeon.
Strolls took unexpected direction toward the city guard's main tower, noticed explored the inner walls. The second highest tower in the city, with the ceilings tall enough that Ilgrab could walk inside. Adder got fished off and there so often, so he was relatively welcome as long as he had Ilgrab by his side.
Take it to court next time. Street fights are strictly prohibited. Are we clear?
Both the prisoners uttered disheartened, "Yes, sir," and Ilgrab nodded to himself.
Hey, Illigrab, I was wondering, you could throw anyone in the dungeon, right?
Well, I wouldn't say anyone, but I do have a pretty good grasp on Heirloom's populace, if I may say so myself. Hey, I could even set you up in a pretty cell, if you ever want to leave the office, please.
Do we want to be in a cell, though? It's a little downgrade compared to where he is now.
I'm all good. I was just wondering if you'd seen never mind.
A never mind? What's that? Some kind of flower?
Guess we probably should save. Just by save, you know.
The prettiest in the kingdom.
Oh. Hello? Hello there? What do you do up there? You need a can I help you? No? Okay, fine. Then and there either. Strange days turn into strange weeks. Clink, clink, clink went the hammer in his forge. There was another incessant noise. It sounded like the bellows of lit by furnace. The source was, of course, and lurked at the window. It sounded like he wanted to empty his lungs. But the someone that turned a roommate when we found him on the 10 worst beds in the world, dozing off, spacing out, or trying to get him distracted on his job was nothing out of the ordinary for Adder. A sign, however, that was stuff out of the norm, and he'd been doing an awful lot lately. Stranger yet, Adder hadn't noticed that Ada was standing right behind him for quite a while now.
What? Huh? Hey, boss. I was just thinking about my things. You know, rivets and stuff. No worries, ma'am. I got this. I'm all focused now.
Thunk, thunk, thunk went Adder's hammer. Did anyone leave his side?
Anything else?
Ada put a hand over Adder's and what may have been the most confusing gesture to the side of Lake Chisal. Adder looked down at her rather brightly, only to find that he was holding the hammer by its head.
Wowee, that's dumb even for me. You seen my brain lately, boss? I don't know where I left it.
So there is just hammer with the other side there. That's a new.
Sorry, boss.
Clink, clink, clink went the hammers, and it wasn't reassuring at all. The strange weeks had turned to strange moons.
Taters, huh? Sorry, boss. I'm not hungry today either.
The greater realm of Akazor, the very essence of reality, was distorted by flowers carrying messages over the whole continent. A single singular rule since the gods fought the wars in the skies. After having lost his appetite for the better part of dawn, soon didn't sound possible at all.
All right. It ain't like I'm not hungry, Kay. It's just that... Look, boss, I don't mean no offense, but you ever tried one of these? I've eaten knuckles with more flavor in them. Nah, what am I saying? I know you wouldn't touch these with a stick. Your paw's sitting on a pile of Barhan gold. Who the hell wants taters when you can have figs and dates for supper every night? Am I right?
I mean, it's better than that, but still, who knows? The merchant was filthy, filthy rich. He would indulge in such delicacies if he had been too tired of his worldly life to bother chewing it too cheap to buy actual food and fill the pantry. So Anna's meager allowance came from Ana's own totally legit and specified source of income, which neither Ilgrab or Adder probably ever thought about. But why this? Why now? Why now it got so picky? He never had any problem with the same stuff over and over before. He was thankful to not to eat at all.
I guess it's time I learned my place and stopped drooling over all the fancy stuff I won't have again.
Where did we get to try in the first place? Restless, concerned, desperate, worried. These are all that shows that theory not apply to Ina. But for some reason, she kept passing a tiny ugly potato from hand to hand as she stared at the city from her home. Think about the small fortune it cost. Someone. Not her, but someone. You think that year would have settled their capital in beautiful prairie where everything is free, indulgent hedonism, like the whole world looked like something the village Adam would have shut up about. But no. A massive lack of foresight, both a king's stubbornness and the insistence of their king, led to Erlen grow in the middle of a steppe, to numbers like Tisal and the LRC. With barely any space for bush pans in the proximities, infertile fields and many souls to feed, food was either cheap or readily available in the capital, hauled by those who needed the least. Anyway, point is that Adder was a poor-starving deer, and Ada wasn't willing to put up with this anymore. Deal with food. I'd been working incredibly hard all year long. Maybe wanting with some sort of encouragement. What better encouragement than, well, the one he asked for. But finding food in the city was absolutely out of question. When we had arrived, was counted and measured, and Anne had calculated precisely how many potatoes she could acquire from each merchant before Ilgrab began glaring at her. She had to make a little trip. Very nice. How'd it go? Oh, hopefully that had hopefully they did that a decent amount of them. Or at least you were close to them, though, so hopefully it went well. Anna made one of her list of her favorite weapons as she trudged through the narrow alleys that closed in her slums. Wasn't afraid she had to use them? No. She would love a chance to do so. Oh, nice. Hell yeah. That's good. That's good. At least I'm not the other way for the shot that came down, though, so it kind of helps. The sun just disappeared by the time Anna passed to get Cobra Sui, one of the most serious to the Elam, as she soon left the walls behind. The grays, yellows, and whites of the city, the browns out of slums turned to deep red, only nurtured by occasional shrubs, sleeping in barrels and crevices. Even the moon that watched over Anna is trying to wash out orange and always threatened to burn the night sky. She didn't need any stars to light her past nights. Darkness was far better suited to her intentions. I could not fast fire with the last bolt in her thoughts. She jumped behind a rock and examined the distance as he searched for the source. A small combination of birches sitting on a straw masked by a bonfire. Their fur were from light brown to pitch black. Their bodies are thin with bigger palmed horns. Fallow deer from the north. Their huge great pines, bigger than the big trees that burned what they find in Akazor, slipped behind. Basking in the firelight to breathe puffs of fresh air and warmer leaves. Their wares were unloaded around the bonfire. Carrots, apples, pears, salt rock, honey. Not a garden in sight. There'd be no need for salt this time. Now Ina's claws started to poke their advantages. Now with their teeth gleaming with the race spark, they flew past her. The merchants scrambled to their feet and cowered behind their crates as they heard her approaching. Sensing immediately the fate that awaited them, they dared move a muscle. It was just the perfect sight. Yes, Annie felt something so distant and dangerous surrounded by the steps, faced with frightened multitudes surrounding her, all whales and eyes sinking to her skin. It was a feeling that told her this is all she knew once, that she could not remember living. A scream that overwhelmed all of her senses while her mind struggled to help see that we're getting much of control, like she could do something about it. But perhaps she is not the one supposed to do something about it. crowd grew unexpectedly quiet. Quite up to any good hero on Dusty at least. And then she saw her. Abandoned in silence, with flares and poses a mountain and horns so large that whatever remained of Adder's self-esteem. An Ibex woman far from home.
You give fear, but you don't a surprise, Pasitapsai.
The last word caught Ian completely by surprise. Basset, or at least something resembled the ancient cryptic gods until soon after it passed for it. No one took another step closer to Aina, finishing her stride on an awkward stance fit for a warrior. Aina stepped forward to match her, close enough that fire showed the purple glow in her eyes. She had her hammer fall by her side quite dramatically, stood proudly in front of them. The mercenary found the tails that set of her teeth. Even the woman gulped audibly. But she didn't back down 1 inch.
We are traveled from far, and we are tired. The deers fighting. They need to sleep good, so I fight with you. But we fightn't here, okay?
Losing of authority and control, she radiated and faltered a little more with every word she said. Yet, all of her surrenders seemed to put in all of her intervention. Aina seemed to herself. No matter, still as brave as trying to face her one-on-one, at least she do was on her request.
Go to sleep. Go.
Birch didn't need to be told twice. Steve would wait him on the rocks like scattered shrubs, dragging up her simple belongings with them. Oh, got everybody coming in soon, so I'm going to pause here. So yeah, we'll also see you guys in a few minutes. Everybody that so get this nice clips. Everybody else, unfortunately, has to deal with some ads, but it'll be a few minutes though, so it won't be too long. So see you in a bit. No.
I will become. Feet together. I will live. Immortal.
Yes, we got it. Yes, there we go. We got him.
It took some tricky
Oh,
maneuvering.
God.
I managed to snatch that last piece.
Kitty go, kitty fry, kitty fry, kitty fry, kitty go, kitty go.
We got everybody. Wait, never mind. There's you. Wow. Congratulations, you got stuck in geometry. You'll love that. How the hell did that happen? Wow. That's just good on you, man. About this. Hi, mannequin wife. How are you? How's your day? Nice, butt, I guess? I think I need to, like, put some clothes on. Yeah, I do want to put some clothes on, because you're weirding me out. Please. I'm gonna turn around. Not look at you anymore.
Stanley is quite a...
Oh my god. I'm gonna fix my computer now. How did I have so many points? So many freaking things though. Jesus. Okay. The one that this year so. Oh my god. We did it! We did it, my god. Oh, this is insane. This is so insane. Oh my god. Yes. Thank you, Shimmery. My God, man, we did it. 1K, everybody, 1K. We got it.
Underdraft.
Okay.
Come on, get this. Yes, there we go. There we go.
Little Bueno! Oh, little Bueno! Why? Why is the world so hard on all the little one-legged creatures?
Put me in the front line, Sarge. I'm gonna be a 4-star general someday.
Oh, that's perfect.
No! Why did I even put that on the board? No ghost, Whoa.
Oh, keep.
Let's go. Oh, what? Oh, okay. Ah, no.
Cute.
No. Get out. No. Oh, I would have a Levada bolt actually.
Cute.
Ideas. Don't do this at home. But I'm gonna fill. Idiot.
Cute.
Idiot. All right, I'm back. Back to it. Settings. Get us back to our thing here. Hello. Yeah, the problem I was actually really happy to ever do so though. I remember like the I remember seeing you. Thank you. Yeah, I remember like I was saying a couple years ago like that I was watching somebody else play through this. Like I think it was all back when only the first. I think it was maybe when the first chapter was available. Either the first or the second one though, but like I was not there. Mostly, like the first though. But yeah, actually, I remember like they were really enjoying it back when I was watching them and playing through those. So kind of figured it was just fun to check this out. Just again to see how the brand now the game is complete. Hey, I'm really enjoying it so far. It's actually been really fun. But yeah, this everybody else chat. This is let's listen. No, let's get back to it. Okay. Anne was left alone with the still-faced ibex at last. It was her, in fact, who drew brave Venus first, getting closer and closer to the fire until she was standing right in front of Anna. Her body was tense in anticipation for the duel. Shortest combat would always see B. She could finish in a blink, destroy her adversary with a single strike. But her opponent moved in ways that she could not predict, deciding to sit down and stone slide by her feet instead.
Are you hungry?
And his ears flew up. That foreign version from the tongue again. Whole phrase this time.
I'm sorry. You do understand Basaktet, yes? My Sirnar isn't very good, so...
Oh, basically, it's...
feeling it would be easier to talk to you like this. I heard the creatures of the West speaking it.
I say the best way to describe it is saying that, though, it's the kind of thing with us in the freight community. We kind of like to call some people beans. It basically just means, it's a sort of endearment, I would say, honestly. So, it's basically the best way to describe it, honestly. So, it's nothing bad. It's just, you know. Yeah, so it's just that kind of a thing with us.
I saw your boats docking once before back home, in the middle of the night. I didn't say a word because I knew nobody would believe me, but I knew I would see you again sooner or later. I've been preparing my heart for this moment.
That is totally fair. I gotcha. Anna remained immobile, but her eyes open as she listened to these foreboding whispers. Storm was getting closer by the day, howling louder than ever. Starting to make her queasy. A scream motion in the corner of her eye brought Anna back to reality. She immediately switched back to her fighting stance. She caught a glimpse of the goat reach for her spear. Holding someone forward and almost faceplant on the ground as the woman proceeded to hang a teapot over it. This is entirely too much for Anna's brain. Our poor, confused bandit pointed the spear and then slammed the bottom of her hammer against the ground, demanding an explanation.
That's not what I'm sorry. I don't really intend to fight you. That was all a ruse. I'm not really a mercenary, and even if I was, I'm certain you could break all my bones without even trying. Sorry for deceiving you.
I mean, she's also damaged with those horns, though. I mean, those are thick. Honestly. Well, the issue she puts her mind to it. She'd probably like the do some damage, though. You were saying. Anna's ears fell flat over her face. Must have had misunderstood her accent. The worst of her shifted too far for the basket head her father spoke. Basket heads. Because the other option was that someone would actually apologize to her for trying not to get killed.
I am actually a priestess on a pilgrimage. I'd never held a weapon in my life, but Barhans have a fame for being great warriors where I'm from. I didn't have the coin to afford a journey so far south, so I offered myself as a caravan guard to earn my keep.
I mean, she gave me too many presents, so I believe that.
I was given a spear and a shield before leaving my town and told to uphold our reputation, but I've only ever known the way of the gods.
Which is fair. It's fair.
My prayers have been selfish pleas that I'd never need to use it, but I wouldn't have left my home if I didn't understand the risks I'd be facing.
As if the situation wasn't weird enough, the goat jumped to her feet and stood proudly on her little rock.
The sun shines brighter on a liar than a coward. So I was taught by the warriors of Akdemwiserat. So I will readily accept all the clouds I encounter on the way. I would really appreciate it if you would let me have this cup of tea first, though. Sorry.
I get you. Anna was also too dazed to react to her request at this point. She could barely register what she was hearing anymore, but the amount of nonsense that was dropping by the minute she was staggering. Yeah. Such tripe. The 7 favorite liars added would be positively leaving. As this brief thought returned added to her mind, Anna felt a twinge of something. Doubt. Pain. Guilt, perhaps. She wondered if Adam would be fine with this whole situation. Would he stop her if she knew how she got a hold of all the food she brought him? He would afford to question where it came from as long as it filled his stomach. No. If I didn't care about any such thing, he would not have been living with ghosts to begin with. He never asked anyone where dear potatoes came from either. It seemed obvious in retrospect. Must have had a hunch at least. There's always so much to discount his naivety until it becomes wolf ignorance. Her moment of expression was surrounded by the rattle of the spear scratching the trampled dirt beneath them. Oh, I heard she had mentioned on the Discord server. It said she had pretty awesome though. Unfortunately, the only thing that does is that like the record date isn't until like October, I think it was. So there's still a while to go, though, which kind of sucks. But yeah, oh well. 3 symbols are trying to be almost recognizable to Anna anymore. And it's a rectangle at the bottom missing. A house. 3 straight lines. Anna turned absently back to the fire once more. She covered the flame she could actually understand. Instead, she could have felt fierce slightly embarrassed when realizing she had been out of it enough for the water to boil. Ignorant of Anna's silent turmoil, she got a push and picked up her teapot and poured its contents into the worn down clay cup. Then she produced a small silver mark on the pocket and handed the brew. Warmed up of tea probably wasn't comforting under Anna's impatient gaze.
It says, welcomed in the temple of Hiru, tu apne ter jao. My name, that is, the seeress called me Jao, so that I would always keep the strength of my resolve, wherever the Hatsa may take me.
Child took a little sick of the tea and began to slowly stir and mix in emotions so patient and deliberate that it made Anna suspect of how genuine truly was.
I was born to be a priestess, and a priestess I will die if you put an end to my life. But, I'm a very good listener. Perhaps I could share a little of my strength if you would spare a little of yours?
Oh, God. Okay. Either the Ibex could figure out what that or won't beat the bat and couldn't speak, but she was speaking in a metaphorical sense, which is a little bit beyond this capacity of abstraction. All Anna could tell you the way is that she has the receiving end of a sincere smile. The worst kind. Anna turned her face toward the cup she's being offered. Tea with salt. Small alliance. Take a sip. Giles face lit up so brightly that it's almost blinding to look at.
Is it good?
The tea was all been flavorless boiling water with some leaves and salt in it. Giles had steeped in it remotely long enough. Besides, the water was too hot, which would have killed any of the subtle sweet use in a sharp nose that with more legs floating towards the surface. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate you popping in. Yeah, fun with your writing. But it's not the moment or the place to reveal her unexpectedly nuanced knowledge of tea preparation. It also was a good moment to show the sudden red flush of crept into her cheeks as she realized she had drunk from the same side as her. Annie snatched the spear right out of Giles' hands and began scratching the ground as well, trying to channel her embarrassment to her handiwork. Even rushed and flustered, Annie's lips were carefully crafted. Products of an age where there was time to take calligraphy leisurely. She drew symbols that her mind didn't remember learning, but her hands did. Half sun cut by the horizon, gemstones under the sand.
Sunset treasure. Or, a treasured sunset. Tessina, yes?
After a few moments of hesitation, Anna nodded guardedly. Having someone else read out loud what she wrote was always a slightly disturbing experience. Made her feel exposed, like anyone could open up her chest and read her heart as she lowered her guard for a moment. Because they could. It could really be as simple as that, but that was not a reality Anna was prepared to face. Giles' making an expression couldn't do anything to debate her torment. Facing and bind up, she let her eyes rest on the symbols Anna had drawn.
You have wandered so far into the steppes, all alone in the middle of the night, to attack a band of merchants that simply carry supplies to a starving city. Us mortals do this all the time. Hunger makes us desperate. Cold makes us lonely. I thought you were here to eat us, but you don't ever starve or feel warmth, do you? You were born to take these things from others, not to share them. Yet I'm sorry, I think you can tell this is wrong, deep down. The sun shines upon you too, even if it's just barely, but you are scared of it.
Enough! Anna sprung to her feet, baring her fangs frighteningly. She let this still mess with her mind for a while because she was curious, but that was it. She'd show her stared. As her teeth loomed over Giles' face, frozen in fear, as a right glare reflected the purple glow of her eyes on Giles' own, she found herself paralyzed as well. Anna tumbled back, overwhelmed by some sugar white name. She spent a lifetime refusing existence. He swept away her dealing proof for existence with the presence with a kick, sending dust flying over the fire in the teapot. In darkness, she picked up her hammer and made to leave. It took Giles a moment longer to thaw of her shock, but she still had the courage to call out one last time.
Tessina! Your fate may not be a sunset after all, but a sunrise! Keep looking for the sun, wherever it finds you!
The sun. What a joke. The empty steps washed in and dragged her feet back home. Her mind stuck the moment where she tried to attack Giles. Once again and again, that's memory or loop she gotta make sense of. Why'd she start there and then, when so many others before her bid for their wares and their lives without even an ounce of sympathy for their efforts? Revelation struck Anna as the city walls obscured the mutant shine of her dagger. Stammering, scared eyes, hopeless smiles. She was just like... A marine breeze blew over the streets of Ireland the next day, separating some of the hot dust that suffocated the city. Anchor was 2 minutes while in the dawn soon already, but it was coming to end little by little. It was lunchtime, and Anna could stop thinking about the previous night. Still couldn't understand why she couldn't bring herself to merely grab their wares and leave as usual. Maybe they weren't good enough, and that was her merchant instinct talking. Yeah. No. For some reason, she couldn't give Anna a chiding her and giving her a disappointed look. So, if beating with the usual, that was totally his fault. Carried a small amount of uncooked shaped potatoes, dried seaweed, and several bulbous roots. Anna made her way to the quarters of her home with just for her apprentice. Cloud or two can be seen in the big blue sky, white and puffy. Often enough when her business cloud to have so close to her home. The once great temple of Herub. The man residence of God left in a tantrum after the barhead rebellion. None of us talked them farewell, but her father said that gods had no manners. The old dudes clearly know all about that. Lack of manners, I mean. He knew things about gods as well, but much preferred to spend his time cursing them for his longevity. Oh, they were his usual friends.
Burn the Sippy! This time we'll get him for good!
Oh, God. Ada, sick dust out of here, big beast. Put him off and do something about this. There's some around here, fussy lugs. Hey, no!
Oh no! He's casting some kind of spell! Hurry up!
Ada just stared idly at the bomb, turning farther away. What's a part of the favor magically failed in the poor man's life? Question for the surface in Ada's mind. It was Adder's, pondering aloud whether Ada's father was hated a little more or less for pursuing his discreet temple of a god most people despise anyway. So I'm not considered as she walked into the sunlight. Sacrilege is kind of a double standard, I suppose. Cute Adder, all by himself in the courtyard. Anna tense stepped on her shoulders and stretched out the food plates. Attempt to pass dish to something casual that she hadn't got her way and spent personal earnings to buy. Once more, instead of happily producing his Sukka's payment for help on the forge, Adam took a long and flicked the food. He sighed and looked away.
Sorry, boss. I'm not hungry.
So he said time and again during the last few moons, but Adder had always ended up giving up eating. Less and less every time, however. Anna waited patiently to no avail. Once she got tired of that, she took care in front of his face, who was stirred with curiosity with this new, shocking ingredient. No answer. So there she was, shaking her bottle in front of a giant one-eyed baby that refused to eat. See, that's why she didn't work. She put the snack with said carrots. She put the potential end up in his nose.
You happy now?
Okay, I fell in love eventually. Anna's show of desperation was purposely ignored by Adder, so poor Tara was snapped in two for his sins. It was at this point that Anna realized she didn't much care about why he wasn't eating. All she knew was that the deer had to eat, and he hadn't done so in a while. Full of delicacy her hands could muster, she opened his jaw and smashed a raw potato right into his mouth. But something was wrong. He'd never react. He didn't attempt to talk his potato mouth dialect. He grabbed the tuber and handed it back to Anna.
If you like them taters so much, why don't you eat them? Now you're growling at me? What's your deal?
Her deal, but he was the one acting strange. He was trying to help. And still need a single thing.
I don't want your darn potatoes, Anna! Just leave me alone!
Anna hesitated for a moment, more longer than a festival had given to a speech. She turned around and angrily stormed off. That teacher to think about anyone other than herself. Anna marched toward one of the usual hideouts atop the run-down temple walls, away from Adder's sight. She didn't run that far. He was going to pursue her this time. A look upon her potatoes and all of her weapons, and he began to rummage through her pockets in search of a knife. There was never a lack of those on her person. She brought out one of her trusty daggers and focused all of her attention on cutting potato into thinner and thinner slices. She wasn't wrong. There was just no way she was. She was older and wiser. And I was just being an idiot by refusing her help. Of course.
Hiding from the mob, little Tess?
God, stupid gentry, man. If I didn't guy wants to press on innocence priorities for the day, they were going to expect otherwise.
Don't worry. I took care of them. No need to thank me, of course.
Well, thank you for that, though, I think, but still.
Wouldn't kill you, though. Anyway, all that's left is putting out the fire. So, I was hoping Adder could give me a hand there. Where is the lab?
That was no question that didn't deserve an answer. Aaron's muttered hoping and gathering all the extra thin potato slices that launched into the air, watching them fly around like some tremendously wasteful Betty.
Did you two get in a fight?
In a lot of Ilgrams in the courtyard, there were peevish Adders sat by the fountain. Shoving his face, he stared at the old food by his side.
He hasn't come back to his senses yet, huh? Hey, think it's your father's fault? I mean, I could leave him a little longer on the pyre to see if he learns his lesson.
Don't you dare, you son of a wilted fur!
Don't you dare, you son of a wilted fur! Beat face.
Oh, that actually.
A wardrobe out of you!
Oh, bless your ears, Red.
Anna shook her head, frustrated. The bush hadn't said anything to be unusual, and even if he had, Adder and Anna fought in a brick scene. Not going to harm them when they were together. Looked at Adder's direction once more.
Was he actually doing cartwheels?
I pretend I've ever said how Adder's mind works.
You two worrywarts were made for each other.
I mean, when play with them, they wanted to do cartwheels just because. Anna's face turned red immediately. Legendary Boris Smith with Brian material criminal charges against her, let alone that she was actually concerned about England's well-being. The new grad smiled a step forward if she had a chance to protest, however.
Let me handle this. Ahem. Addison, son of Garfas of the Upper Field, you're under arrest!
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I knew that it was against the law, but I couldn't just go tell harder. Please don't kill me.
For worrying a precious little bean. Like, Anna, sweetie, give us a minute, will you? Adder! Adder! My favorite Chanthurian refugee! Why would the only law-abiding deer in Slander District ever beg for his life?
Nah, I think it's still just a joke, though. It's waiting like gets attention, probably. Is this all he was just like in his own world doing cartwheels for some reason? So, you know.
Did Geoff talk you into conning someone? Someone called Talid, perhaps?
No, thank you. All the gold in my socks are on ain't worth a word with that sicko. Don't tell him I said that.
Well, that rules the most serious possibility out, which leaves us with a scared buck and a secret. And you know that I'm only second to Aina when it comes to both. Start talking.
All right. If I'm gonna die, at least let me die an honest buck. I met this girl and she booped me and I got so nervous that I ran away, but then we met again and it turned out we kind of knew each other because I tried to save her once. Things got kind of heated up between us and,
Yeah, she also did boop too, so there's that.
What we did that night? Oh boy, that can't be legal.
That's the important thing. He got booped. He got booped.
Oh! Say no more. So, You shed your antlers. That's no big deal. And most certainly not a crime. Though you know, fawns happen. You do know about that, right? Adder, I love you like a son, but please don't make me take on your father's actual educational duties.
That's my last thing we need, I bet.
That ain't.
Yeah, sure.
Good. Then.
Yeah, of course we get that, bet.
Oh, of course. I should have known from the very first moment.
You! Like, why? Don't say that though, actually. Jeez. And her eyes lit up slightly. It grabbed a heavy handful on the buck's shoulders and took a deep breath.
Adder, no matter how guilty you feel, cheating is not a crime.
It's kind of a dick move, but it's not a crime.
Say what?
I want you to know that I don't approve of what you've done, but I'm sure Aina will understand if you talk to her.
I'd never cheat on Aina. I'd have to be courting her for that anyway.
You're not?
Of course not. My boss is the strongest, and the coolest, and cute as a bug to boot. Ain't nobody good enough in this world to court Aina, much less me. I could never find me a doe like her.
Yeah, happens.
But kid, she's not a...
If a tree falls in temple and there are people to hear it, including the tree itself, does it make a sound? The answer is yes, he says, doe.
All right, kiddo. That's the end of the talk. Why don't you, go back to sulking in the corner or something?
Little grab off awkwardly as Anna dragged him away.
You're lucky I can't have you arrested, you unruly little beast. Yeah, of course. Mock your biggest ally. Excuse me. That wasn't on purpose. I swear.
I mean, what if that's what the actually was, though? That'd be interesting.
Your greatest ally! I was just trying to help you. Forget that stupid argument. I thought I told you to tell him the truth already. Don't play the mute.
Why? There's a million ways you can tell him. That boy's blind on the perch top, but if I suit like a teacher's lying to him. You know, until Aika is here, how do you react then?
Aina, we aren't like him. Like them. I know you care a lot about him, and so do I. I love the both of you. But keeping up the charade for so long is only gonna make the truth harder than it should be. Dear, have a life. And we're a part of it, of course, but there are just some things that we can never give them. Things they need in their short time on Dakna. No matter how much we love them. Adder is no exception to that rule. He's beginning to realize that you're not the son of his life, Aina. Take the whole Knight business out, and what do you have? He's just a boy with down-to-earth concerns. He wants a farm. He wants a family. He will move on one day and find those things. And we should be happy for him. Do you understand?
The horse wants a simple life, though, so that makes sense. There are some concepts that Anna is clearly aware of. Anna, she herself didn't realize that. A painfully small rainforest to beyond anyone's life is one of them. A few moments went by in silence as she contemplated the face she had left behind her bride already. She was been all too eager to forget how weird company had been throughout her existence. Bearing the weight of such a thought, she finally nodded with her head low. Ilgra's mustache turned down as his eyebrows rose. A million worried creases formed where his forehead should be.
Great! Then do me a favor and take him somewhere nice tonight.
Huh?
You have to make sure to have fun together while you can. So go make up with him. Take him out tonight. Who knows? Maybe he'll loosen up and tell you what's going on after a few drinks.
That I was kind of lightweight though. That's all
It's
for now.
time to let him in or let him go. So you two'd better be smooshing faces together by the end of the night, okay? That's a royal order.
And come display of dexterity, okay, managed to produce a giant treater's handful, of doors from bagging his belt, which ended to very frustrating as discreetly as he could. Satisfied with his generosity, he took a long glance around the forge, finally stopped to stare at the embers resting at the bottom of the furnace.
And you can think of that as a tip. You know, so you can get to work on my order a bit faster.
Aiden looked at the Ilgraf straight in the eye, not restless, not calm. Even more silent than usual, she stretched out the hand holding the coins towards him.
Fair enough. I should know better than to try to bribe a Tess. You guys are a prideful bunch. But hey, keep the money. I'm sure Adder could use a little, push in the right.
Are you going to help me down or what?
Red, I swear I'd let the mobs have their way with you if it wouldn't make your daughter sad.
I'd like to see you try!
Oh, I'm sure you would. He's right, though. I shouldn't leave him hanging like that. Good luck, Aina.
Free from the chains of one social interaction, Anna silently pondered Ilgraf's words as she headed back to Adder's side. The use of a sacred flat pool spoke courtyard now served as a magnificent dish and laundry washer station. Adder particularly since he was in charge of these chores. At the end of the day, Andy was so also was tasked with just another excuse to batter around. He purposely looked the other way. Of course, it went talk to her. The irony of getting blatantly ignored by the cleanly stirred Jackman was a loss on Aina. Painful punishment if there was one. Apology was something we really expected from the Smith. Not because she failed to see the fault in her actions, because she didn't know how to apologize. No, there's just excuse. I'd always knew when Aina felt guilty about anything. And in the end, why did she have to apologize when him would have failed to appreciate her efforts? She would have continued her plan to run back and tell herself how right she was, if she hadn't noticed that the food was nowhere to be seen.
Yeah?
Aina carefully moved from Adder's hands the brass dish she'd been polishing over and over.
It's not clean yet. There's some red spot that just won't get.
Incredible thing considering they've been washing that same dish since this conversation with Ilgraf started. This had been clean in such temptation that she could see her reflection in it. Aina stared at the dish. Then at Adder. Back at the dish. Adder again. Once satisfied with her observations, she wiped out her snout with the far side of the dish in a manner she considered softly.
What is it now?
Smirking in the most annoying fashion possible, she shoved the dish on Adder's face.
Yeah, there it is. Just let me clean that darn dish.
Anna turned the dish around once more just to make sure she was right. There was no spot to be seen. Seeing that her first idea didn't yield any results, Anna decided that some better treated position was in order.
Hey, wait! Don't go walking into the pool. You're gonna make a...
And knowing the way her boots were getting soaked and how questionable their word fishing was, Anna sat down and gap between Adder's legs in the pool. She held the dish out as far as she could and then tapped on the surface, attempting to call Adder's attention once more. He had to gain a bit of composure first.
Can't you see the spot? It's there, right next to your face.
A brief loss of clarity came about as Adder's side traveled toward the brass bar and the brass dish, where was left eye should have been.
And I'm done. Big surprise.
They agreed on that. Trickle silence followed Adder's epiphany, one reflection. He looked up at her with a big lilac eyes, hoping to tug at his heartstrings and with apology.
Some people would call that kind of purposefully cute look manipulative.
Some people get their ass kicked.
Well, darn, boss. I may not be all that used to the eye thing just yet, but I don't really need two eyes to see when you're trying to play me.
Annie patted Adder's nervous arms as patronizing as she could, rough enough for her to cover them. Seeing none of them was exactly upon us what happened. Sucked towards them badger played the dish like the big children they were.
Who the hell's that gnarled leafless palm tree? That ain't me. There just ain't no way that's my face. Where'd my cheeks go? No wonder I don't recognize myself. Hold up. How did she even manage to recognize me then? Was that magic too?
I mean, could be either or. It's kind of hard to say, so guess I never know. Never could know though, so I'm not surprised it's the case. Annie had no idea who she was or what magic he was talking about. There's only one gigantic one-eyed roadkill with shovels of hands in the whole city. I never this way, fixed to get farther in the fountain, where a statue of mutilated breath and glory had ate his back.
Curses. Ain't no way I could forget someone like that twice.
Knowing fully well that he was talking to her, he continued running his brandished fingers along his fur absentmindedly, somewhat concerned about a sudden interest for the son of the sun. She didn't guess why he was talking to a statue, but in the end, didn't hold true for everything. Did she understand a single thing Adder did or said? Was she even? Adder told her a million things since they met. She didn't care. It's not. You know, acting the slightest. He didn't keep pouring his heart out to her. She kept ignoring him like some sort of tug of war for lonely idiots. So why did I not understand him and stress her so much now? One she had making some effort to do so in the time they had known each other. The time they had known each other. Immigrant's words resonated within her, making her feel guilt usually quite over violence.
You know, I've been thinking a whole darn lot about the past lately, boss.
Annie's front appears perked up. What chances of those two thinking the same thing? Anna smiled so slightly, giving his trademark, here's the story of doing a mislook.
Do you remember the day we met?
What a question.
Hey, don't you at me, Missy. Imagine you just walked into the city thinking this is finally your day. You make a friend, he's gonna get you a job, and then you turn around a corner and stumble upon a grandpa on fire!
Nothing strange as far as I'm concerned.
Do me a favor and make like your idea of weird and mine sort of match for a minute, boss. As I was saying, my pa raised a good boy, and a good boy don't let grandpas fry on a pyre. So I rush into the temple, ready to end the one life I got to save his.
What Adder didn't notice that Amy was looking down the scene from her window. Gave her quite a more accurate retelling of the events.
But no matter how hard I try, the fire's just too strong for me. There's nothing a poor buck like me can do. With his last breath, the old man calls for his daughter, and he hollers until... Whoa! The prettiest girl I'd seen in my life walks right out of the gate!
Whoa. Amy considered herself like a giggle. To be fair, I had the feeling publishing Adder was the prettiest girl he'd seen in his life.
And as she makes her way through the crowd, she looks at me! At me! Of all the people!
I thought she'd look at him, just even louder than the man on the pyre.
And she gets closer. And closer. And then... the little thing just signs us to get eaten by a beast and walks away like it's got nothing to do with her.
Okay.
Wonder who that gal was, huh?
He poked in his cheek and she slapped his hand away as solemnly as she could. He doesn't want to talk about first impressions. Shaggy, chubby, badly patched up wearing Rika's vest. Tell her she remembered the Adder that first appeared in their gates, screaming in fear as usual. Once upon a time, there had been muscle and fat on Adder's arms. Only meant to attest to his gigantism was a pair of oversized hands that closed up and meant beyond recognition. Indeed, he's once supported with a tender scar on his face, yelling from the Ruthoth said he fully intended to become a knight. Virginians aren't edible, are they?
I gotta say, this year's been kicking my ass real bad. But I'm still alive and in one piece. I mean, I guess I got good health at least. No thanks to your horn-shattering, teeth-breaking, nose-bending punches. But you're the one person I can always count on.
Hi, Tommy.
I trust you with my life.
Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. I'll see you, see you again soon. Hopefully, you know. It was just a very exaggeration, of course. The only been friends since last Blink night, when she saw it. There's no way to trust her that much already. Then at the end, Adder would argue that they'd been friends since he had arrived with the first bloom of flower scents. That he would die for her since the moment he saw her.
And it ain't just you. I can't imagine leaving Mr. Bard's home. Or not going on walks with Illigrab. Even the patron. Gods, I never thought I'd find something like this when I left the fort. I was just dying to go back.
Adder shut up all of a sudden. Anna was surprised he managed to speak kind of sentence about his draft. One that she never talked about. Both Adder and Anna turned their eyes to the function once more. The image on the dish offered no good answer to questions either of them had. Just talked about the outcome of their decisions. Anna shifted the dish a little and tears no longer in the picture. That's where she belonged.
Now, you really gotta quit sneaking around, boss.
Put his hands above hers, Adder turned the dish so she would back in reflection. Turned to face upward towards his, confused.
Illigrab's words got to you, right?
So observing Adder snouted such a weird angle, she nodded. He'd been a lot more vigilant than what she originally thought, but yes, Adder made sound about it all the same. For such a low angle, his still faunish and brown face looked even mature. Now, that was a stretch. She would that mature is probably one last adjective she'd ever be associated with him. But for just a moment, she felt like it wasn't a dumb teen if they had lost it like them anymore.
Please, oh please tell me you didn't believe him, ma'am. He got it all wrong. I ain't no cheater. I never once said I was courting you, I swear.
It was just a moment, as I said. Anna quietly considered the question. For a head in his chest for that tell, of course. Yeah, I'll hold on for a bit longer. Very good. Let's pry. While it's true that Illigrab was probably babbling and fond of hyperbole, there's definitely something going on. And the Adder wasn't quite about Sis by default. Not afraid to pretend she hadn't heard a word, she began to have a conversation she'd spied on. Adder said someone kissed him, but that was Adder, always exaggerating stories. Or so Anna told herself them with the top 10 reasons why Adder could ever possibly get a kiss. After all, Anna didn't believe that Adder could appeal to any woman. Ever. At all. No way. Nope. Most certainly not to her. But with the sole purpose of ripping Adder, of course. Anna began making smooching noises as she hugged herself.
It ain't like she was, and I was. Look, what kind of buck would I be if I went around sharing that kind of stories? She may have get without a word, but that don't mean I could go hollering her secrets. I won't tell them to no one, much less a lady and much less my boss. It's personal, all right?
Personal. That word caught Anna's completely unprepared. She was surprised Anna even knew the meaning of that word. The yellow staggered always bowed, but he thought that had the misfortune of wandering through his mind, unprompted and unquestioned. Boss would have come on an odd formality between them. With a single adjective in just a moment, Anna felt with complete clarity the wheels of time spinning. Out to get both of them. Cheat was scary. Adder and Audie in the world of shunned her. All she wanted was someone who would have her by their side. How could it be a bad thing? She needn't answer. It's not time for him to go back to Salty and for Adder to feel bad thinking it was due to his outburst.
They got it all wrong. Illigrab, Mr. Bard, the patron. I know they want to help, but all them city folks think they know better than Shorthorns over yonder. He don't ever get to finish talking, because they already know what a dumb fawn's gonna say. You got any idea how gosh darn friggin' annoying that is?
Oh yeah, look at that. Anna rolled her eyes back. Asking me gosh knows anything about not gonna chip in.
I ain't no fawn. I've been a farmer, and a water seller, and a watchman, and a soldier. I had a life before I met him, and I have one now too, but I just don't want to tell them about it. They wouldn't understand.
Atito. Oh, but they would.
And what if I just don't want to talk? What if I'm tired of everyone thinking I'm a hick and that's it? It ain't the end of the world, right? Right?
I'd looked at Anna plainly with a big glassy eye on the verge of tears, expecting to bring herself given the sarcasm he deserved. Anna nodded patiently, giving him a lazy derisive pat on his cheek. She found it almost relatable. With a loud sigh full of resignation, frustration, and just hitting relief, Adam rested his chin on Anna's head, letting his urge of honesty suddenly vanish.
Woo!
Nope.
Feels good to get that off my chest.
I will not.
Once more, Doze and Stag, the only one that gets it is Aina the Smith. I'm sorry for all the grief I've given you, boss. I should have talked to you sooner.
Indeed, he should have, but she was brisk enough to have to remark it. Anna let him know she was expecting anticipation with a single look. Now his cheeks just below, she looked away, smiling as coolly as his giant teeth would let him. Hearing the part where he poured his heart out to the beautiful maiden by his side, where she was straight even further.
Boss, you know that I know there ain't nobody in the whole of Akathor that'll keep a secret safer than you. But that still don't mean you get to hear about it.
Huh?
Time to roll the barrels.
Well, ma'am, I think I'm all talked out for today. I should get going now. Mr. Bard's playing tonight, and someone's got to make sure he don't drink our money. See you tomorrow.
Adder headed out to the arc that led to Center District, so the steps started walking behind him.
Boss? Ha! Gotcha. Did I forget something?
Annie pointed at Adder and at herself.
You want to come along? I don't know, boss. It's, a stag night. We're gonna drink ourselves silly, and then we're gonna talk about Doze. Woo! Yeah.
Yup, talking about Doze? Now there's the biggest piece of fiction ever written.
Yeah, I was like, though. Needless to say, Annie remained very much unconvinced.
What about your pa? He's gonna be madder than a hornet when he hears you're out drinking with me again.
The merchant was essentially mad every fraction of a second he spent alive. It wasn't a turn in any circumstance.
Let me make this a bit easier for you. Do you remember the last time we went to a tavern together, boss? You know, when you threw Mr. Bard out a window, and then you just ran after him and left me alone to... Hold up. Don't tell me that was the day she...
Whatever story Adder was about to tell disappeared completely from his mind. Put it on his thumb, babbling to himself with that strange accent of his. The Bruce didn't make a sound as she saw you walk towards Adder. She grabbed his hand with the pair of tiny fingers, but looked up and waited a response.
Sorry, boss, don't cry, please. I'm so sorry. I didn't know you wanted to come along so bad. You could come down with us any day. And if Mr. Bard got anything to say about that, I'll take care of him.
Anna's lip trembled as she struggled to keep a smirk away from her face.
Not so fast, ma'am. You gotta swear over by tie that your butt and the seat are gonna be one and the same. Because if I see you throw a single punch, or a kick, or God's forbid a stab, I ain't ever taking you with me again. I don't want another buck slamming a chair against my noggin. Got it?
Yeah, this part don't need either bit. Alright. Let us save here. Go back to the menu. And I think the road prepping of today, though, but we made some respect progress. I'm pretty happy with how I don't know what everything went today. So I'm thinking that there may be a chance of my practicing on with this. I'm still thinking about that, but like, I'm thinking maybe that like depending on what happens, it might be one of those like random time kind of thing. It won't be like on a schedule. So, well, I think if I kind of feel that, but I probably just like the say, oh wait, what's check out Hayseed Knight? We'll see. We'll play some more of that because like as you can tell with the amounts of like the where you have to do, it's kind of set to be prepared for those. So the thing will we're probably like an soft kind of thing. We're probably not like the thing that, but it's still it was fun. I enjoyed it though. It was nice to get a chance to play some of this stuff. We got through like pretty much most of what I saw already. So I think most stuff now is going to be pretty that I don't know. I'm not sure because I actually like look at the list to see what's up. Actually, let me see. Let me see here. I think, probably not. Yeah, I think probably not. I think I have to like pay more attention to like what's going on there. So I'm thinking probably to like actually like read some of it. There's obviously some of the achievements I see that are still pretty hidden, but like a couple of those seems like there's something to actually like do something specifically. I think so. That's my best guess though, at least from like seeing it for the first time. So I'll see how it goes. But yeah, I guess for a hand as always. Let me see. Do you have any? I don't know if any ones that have like a snooze available. Mine did just like to throw one down whenever you can. I would appreciate that. So they did just be trying to like the first raid. If you would like that, but yeah. Anyway, well let's find some right here. So yeah, but if anybody's interested, there is a link to all my socials and inside that link tree. You can check me like follow my Blue Sky, my YouTube, my TikTok, pretty much anything you like. There's also have a Discord server as well if you want to join that. That's like probably the easiest way to don't get live because I do have like a special people for that. So if you like. No, I would say no. At first, I think I would no. I'm not. Mostly because of the fact that there's like a ton of stuff in those though, so I have to do with this I think. But yeah. But anyway, let's see what we can read here. See what we got. Alright. So who do we have here? I am tempted. There we go. God, I have a feeling I might like to think about something else though, but we'll see. We'll see. Tempting. Definitely tempting for sure. Let's see here. No. Thank you for calling me handsome. Thank you for once. Also, as I said, if you have a snooze with you, right? Would you mind drop one of those? I just don't want to like the the ad right here. So I think I should change all different for different braids. Want to make sure I have enough time to do it though. Would appreciate that. I was looking at that about less than 2 minutes till this happens. So I'd be careful here. They're prepared though, so yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, hi Mar. Welcome. We're just about to go ahead and end things out today, but I appreciate you stopping in. So nice to have done at least though, so you know. Man. Shoot. I was hoping that would be good though. I've been good. It's been good. It's been a pretty decent night tonight. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, we're just supposed to do a race squirrel. Pretty much well don't do that. Let me just double check, make sure that they're still going here. I'm pretty sure they are. I just want to be make sure. Yeah, they're still going. Alright. But yeah, we're with the race squirrel. It is also it most you're aware that it is he's celebrating his birthday. So actually, I think we'll actually hang on. We're actually going to do a special. We're actually going to do a special little rematch for sure. Though, since it's his birthday though, so let's see. Oh God. Oh yeah. I'll take that. Yeah, let's deal with that one. Thank you, Aiden. I appreciate the idea. That's what it took a couple seconds to think of something now. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, we're then just doing Race Squirrel. You know, he's playing some class event for a day, then he's also celebrating his birthday though. So we're gonna send some birthday love over his way. So yeah, that'll be fun. But yeah, so yeah, should be up tomorrow night. As I said, it's gonna be a bit of a short week and a bit of bad time. Considering the fact that we're gonna miss a day this week. That's fortunately we didn't have to miss Wednesday. But we are going to be moving Ghost of Tsushima over to Thursday. So we'll still be playing that. We'll just be missing not doing anything special on a Thursday, but yeah. So it'll be Monday, Wednesday, and Saturday next week, but like hopefully next week we after shoot. The after is 8 o'clock, I think. Not sure. We'll see. But yeah. Hope you guys have a great night. Thank you for all the rays, thank you for the follows. And I will see you guys on Monday for probably something wild, I think. I think that's part of the plan. We're probably going to do episode 2 at something wise. So, yeah. I'm ready. Bye.